Oh. Hello, hello, hello. Sorry for the little delay in the start. I was filling up. I was putting gas in the car. So, uh, so yeah, we're gonna have a little drive. I was told it was only gonna be about a 5 hour drive, but I don't drive as fast as I guess as the people that told me. So my drive's gonna be about 6 hours and 41 minutes. So, it is what it is. Um, yeah, but we're gonna go. Seeing how I'm still in the area and DC isn't that far away, I'm going to go to this 410 rally. I think it'll be kind of interesting. You know, for shits and giggles to go and participate. So we're going to go out there. We're going to check it out and have some fun. Hi James, how you doing? So, oh shit. Well, I won't be taking any sips out of that anytime soon. Hopefully, I enjoyed it. All right, time to go. Let's see. Let's see if my GPS wants to play fair. Oh. And away we go.
At the light, turn left onto South Davy Crockett Parkway.
Turn left onto South Davy Crockett Parkway, huh? Interesting.
In half a mile, turn left to merge onto I-81 North toward Bristol.
Well, I suppose I'll flip this camera around. You guys usually like to watch the road.
Use the left lane to merge onto I-81 North toward Bristol.
Let me get over here. Camera. Settings. I'm going to make a plane change. And there you go. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to come back here. Didn't get a chance to go check out Dollywood. But that should be fun. Come back to this neck of the woods, go check out Dollywood. It's amazing. It really reminds me a lot of, I think almost every tourist town looks almost the same. Wisconsin Dells had a lot of the same things as down here by Dollywood and stuff. So it was kind of interesting. Oh.
For 149 miles, continue straight.
Yeah, I set it up so that if at some point I want to do a panel, I can do a panel. Right now, I'm just going to drive for a little bit, just do my normal read the chat, answer the chat type stuff. That's about it. Yeah. Ooh, that sounds brutal. I know, like that. That's better. I had a reflection off of one of my phones. The sun was peering in the eye. That was not fun. Yeah, I have a feeling that this chat's going to get kind of lively today. It's my understanding my name has been in a lot of people's mouths lately. So I'm going to be curious to see what all comes rolling through over these 6.5 or 6 hours, 40 some minutes. It's a cool little antenna. Must be like a little ham operator. You can always tell a ham operator because they like to have these personalized plates with their ham call sign on it. And you can pretty much always get it because your ham call signal is yours. Why would somebody else sit here and get a license plate with your ham call signal? That'd be a little silly. Oh wow, the chat's not working here for some reason. Alright, I'm gonna have to watch it this way. That's not good. Maybe I need to change to a different camera. Wow, that does not look good. Alright, let's see if we can't fix this for you guys. One second. Hello. Let's see. We're gonna exit this one out. There we go. Give me 1 second. I guess that AT&T phone just wasn't rocking it for me. Come on. Let's see if we can get you guys going a little bit better. 1 second to change this. Yeah, I sat there and I looked at chat on YouTube and I went, hey, wait a minute. I'm not seeing anybody talking. There we go. And there, now I can see you guys. I guess AT&T is just not having it yet. Hi! I was a little surprised I didn't see anybody. I kind of expected my chat to kind of blow up as soon as I came on. Especially with the fact that people's had my name in their mouth lately. So I was a little surprised when I didn't see anything. But I can see you guys now. Hopefully my stream's a little bit better and you guys can see me now. Let's see. Come on. Let's get this. There, we got that charging. Oh. Power cords. Hi, Alan. It's Eric's Canadian nemesis. That's okay. You just keep my house from burning down, and I'll let you stay there. Maybe. I said maybe. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, it looks like nice weather. I think the drive home, though, once that hurricane, the aftermath of the hurricane, starts heading north is going to suck, you know, because the rally is 4 days. So I'm probably going to catch it on the way home. But yeah, for today, it's pretty nice. I actually should go back and check the comments I missed while I was out of touch with the chat. Because yeah, I didn't even know you guys were in here. Like, this doesn't make any sense. Don't make me break out the Beaver squad. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm so scared. So scared, Brett. So scared. Brett's like, no syrup pipeline for me. Yeah, no feet for you. Your tardiness is going on your permanent record. That's funny. Well, you know, I could have turned it on, but then I would have been sitting here pumping gas. How interesting would that have been? Hi from Minnesota. You were going to go back to work, dude. I actually have some side things I do that makes money. The job that I was talking about going back to is my fun money, and I just chose not to this year because there's other things I want to finish up. I'll go back to them next year. You know, that's not my primary source of income. So. Good day to everyone except Eric. Oh, jeez. Yes, I'm not an over-the-road trucker. They're Liberal Moms of America, but I am a local trucker. I do drive dump truck, you know, so still Class 8 vehicle, it's still semi, you know. I just don't go over the road. Hey, Ozzy. How you doing? Yeah, you know, it was just, you know, I had nothing really going on, so I figured, well, I'm only so many hours away, and this, you know, event, I wouldn't have gone to the 10-4 rally if I was back in Wisconsin. It just happens to be time and opportunity. You know, I'm close enough that it's not that bad of a drive. It's going to be a little under 7 hours. Yeah, might as well. To drive the 21 hours from Wisconsin, I probably wouldn't again. I don't really want to invade. I just, you know, when North America was set here and you know, founded, you know, it was only ever, you guys misunderstood the arrangement. Canada was never actually a country. You guys were just a temporary placement holder for us when we want to expand north. You know, that's all you guys ever have been, you know, and you got it in your head that you're this own independent country, you know, and that, you know, you're all good and stuff. And in all reality, Brett, you're just there to hold space and help build infrastructure for when the United States just wants to expand north. That's all. It's all good. It's all good, Brett. Oh, jeez. Okay. Just trying to catch up in the chat. Sorry, guys. Beautiful. Afternoon, adorable, deplorable. Ozzy, independently wealthy. No, I'm not independently wealthy. I've got a really low cost of living, and I've just got certain things. I do some IT stuff. You know, I've got some web servers and stuff like that. I've just got different things in the, some financial investments. I own a couple of properties and stuff. So, where am I now? I am in Tennessee at exit 23 on 81, headed north for the next 136 miles. That's where I am. Canadian Outlaw. I don't believe that's what they're about. I believe this rally, this 10-4 rally, is about truckers' rights and high fuel costs and things that affect truckers. So this really isn't anything about like J6 or whatever. I might, it's a 4-day rally. I may wander over there. Freedom Express Media. David was part of my mechanics crew. I may swing over and say hi to him. Dustin, which is the Real Media. Probably say hi to them if that's where they are. Probably go over and visit them. Oh, Brett. It's just going to be my summer home. We'll let you, the peasant, keep it in the winter. So that way you can keep the lights on for us. Come summer. Everybody, if you guys don't know, me and Brett just we like fucking around. So I'm literally saying this stuff just to play with Brett, and he's joking right back. None of this commentary is serious. I don't actually. Well, I'm not gonna lie. We are gonna invade Canada one day, but it's just us having fun. I have nothing against Canadians, except for the fact that they won't give us their maple syrup. So it's just us having fun. That's all. It's all good fun. Me and Brent have no animosity towards each other. Just in case any of you guys were kind of wondering, going, what the heck is this drama with the Canadian guy? Oh. Wow, are we really buffering that bad? So how does the stream look to you guys? Because when I'm trying to watch it on this other phone, it looks choppy. You guys having any problems, or is this just my playback of it? Night. Yeah. Oh, we are choppy, huh? Huh. I wonder what I can do about it. Buffering. Yeah. Let me see. Give me 1 second here. Oh, well, that might help. Let's see. Yes, I'm drinking. Oh. That's really weird. So this phone isn't cheating. I think all my phones tried hopping on the streaming phone for internet. Keep saying, okay. There we go. I think we're getting a little bit better. Stream looks a little bit more stable to me now. I think all my devices tried to connect to the phone I was streaming from, so they were trying to use the internet from the phone that's trying to stream. So I think that's part of what our problem was. Hopefully things start clearing up. There we go. Yeah. Hopefully things should start clearing up. It's looking better on my on the phone I'm monitoring from. So. Recently have had my name in their mouth, even though they shouldn't be. So I guess we might as well get into it, as long as the stream's good. Let's see. That's not good. Oh, but I may have to try to figure out a way to get some more stability here. Turn up my sound. Can't really. Oh, I guess I can. I can go in here and go. You guys are having problems hearing me. Let's see. Audio. Oh, why is the? Oh, that is really weird. Why is it turned down? Set that to automatic. Yeah, I don't know why that wasn't set to auto. There I am. I'm back. You hit the damn wrong buttons. It happens. Well, now I changed my audio setting. I didn't realize it was turned down. Or that was set to, not set to auto. Double check that. Yep. So we should be good now. Now it should adjust and whatnot. So, I don't know. So what have you guys been hearing? I heard, I did hear that one Cookie Monster with my name in his mouth. What have you guys been hearing? Tommy Temper had said something, but he didn't say who. So, might as well fucking get down to it. Deal with the elephant in the room. Who's been talking shit? What have you guys heard? Somebody want to come on panel? I don't care. I can put it up. All you heard was road noise? Oh, hi. Ozzy. Hi, Shelly. Well, I appreciate, good viewers that give me good information, unlike Brett. I heard you had some issue with somebody. I don't remember what. I did remember hearing something. It did involve me. You've always been fine in my chat, so I've got no problem with you. Like I said, I judge people by the interactions I've had with them, and that's how I judge people. If somebody else has a problem with you, that's between you and them. So I mean, it is what it is. I honestly don't even remember who that was, who that beef was with there, Italian Princess. To be perfectly honest, I know it's not a protest. I just figured because I was close enough, I would go to the 410 because it'd just be interesting. Yeah, I know. I listened to that whole what Cookie Monster had to say. But the real difference between me and Cookie Monster is that I don't wear a hat that says make free speech free again, or whatever the exact phrase is, and then go start blocking people. I'm not making money on this YouTube thing, so it's not tied to my financial status, so I can actually be a real person. I don't have to be fake. I don't have to sit here and pander to my viewers and transform into whatever fakeness I need to be to make money. And that's the real truth of it. I mean, in all actuality, who's really the two-faced person here? Oreo ended up waiting until I left to sit here and do that video when he knew I was on the road, instead of confronting me like a man the day before when I went to pick up the trailer. I have really no respect for Oreo. He really shows his true colors every day. That's just what it is. He wears a hat that says make free speech free, or whatever, same meaning. Even if I'm getting the words wrong, it's the same meaning. Bring back free speech, whatever, and then just blocks everybody that he just doesn't want to hear from. It is what it is. But he's got to do what he's got to do. And he's got viewers, and they want to pay for his type of content, and more power to him. I've got no ill will for him. It's he found something that he can make a living at. Good for him. If he wants to sit here and run my name through the mud, well, if that makes him money, I guess that's what he's got to do. You know what I mean? Yeah, you can reach me on Facebook. Hi, Tara. Hi, Freedom Ninja. So yeah, I mean that's all I really got to say about the guy. I mean, when you can be influenced by the money that you make, and you have to make decisions based on losing viewers or gaining viewers, and do things like that. I mean, Oreo's no better than a corrupt politician. I mean, that's what he is. He would sit here, and I honestly believe that if if he could make money being a leftist, he'd be a leftist. Nah, I don't know. That's just a joke. I don't think he'd go that far, but I think he sits here and he causes drama for views. He likes to cause drama for views because views will equal money, and that's how he supports himself. And that's what it is. So that's all the bad stuff I got to say about Oreo. I don't care. It is what it is. Yeah. So what else? So what else has all gone on? I know some people have heard that I was hanging out with the squirrels. Oh my God, that like blew everybody's mind. Oh my God, Mechanic Eric went and spent time with the squirrels. How unpatriotic of him. Why would he ever sit here and go and spend time with those evil squirrels? Right? Is that the crap we've been hearing? Have we heard that stuff? Has that happened? Oh my God, why would he spend time with the squirrels? Why would he go visit them? I just wanted Red's nuts. Oh my God. No, I didn't want Red's nuts. Hi, Bullish Agnes. Hi, chat. I can't tell how bad I'm buffering. I mean, let's see. Yeah, oh. That's paused. Okay. So maybe I'm not buffering. Let's see. Okay, I'm not buffering. I had paused my video on the other phone that I was watching, and I was like, I'm frozen. No, I had paused it. All right, so I guess, let's get down to it. Fuck it. People want to know, why the hell did you go visit squirrels? Here's my answer. When we were in the TPC, I spent, a month, well, close to. I spent quite a bit of time with them at AFC. And, I saw them do a lot of charitable stuff, helping people out. I mean, myself, there were a lot of times I needed to run to a parts store, or I needed to just run to a store by myself, and they were always willing to throw me the keys and just say, take my car and go. And I couldn't understand why they went and did the stuff they did to 1776. And, I just wanted answers. That's really what it came down to. I wanted to sit down. I didn't want to have a phone call. I didn't want to have, an impersonal, conversation over the phone that was a couple of minutes. I just wanted, I had the availability. I was close. I just wanted to sit down and figure out what their train of thought was, and why they chose to do what they chose to do. And I had a good conversation with them, and I think I had the answers. And I'm not going to speak for them. They were on Wizzies, and they've spoken for themselves. And I understand why they felt they needed to do it. I don't have to agree with why they did it. I personally think that 1776, prior to the counter protest, was about to end. I think it was running out of steam in the first place. I told Telescope and I told the Squirrels Now that, in all honesty, all you guys really probably did was reinvigorate the movement when it was actually, dying in the first place. So you guys probably would have been better off just letting it go, but it is what it is. But yeah, they expressed, and I guess they did it on Wizzy's live too, that they didn't like the behavior that they had, but they were doing what they were doing to provoke a reaction out of the other side. And, unfortunately, people took things carried too far and got carried away. And guess what? Everybody makes mistakes, But does that mistake wipe out all the good that they did when they were in the TPC and the future good that they're going to do? I mean, hell, they're going to a rally this weekend. Not the one I'm going to. They're going to a different one. But they're going to a freedom rally this weekend. So, I mean, they're still doing patriotic stuff for the right, and trying to do things that they feel, will get this country back on track. In this instance, they felt that 1776 was taking up space for another movement that, would be better facilitated to get this country back on track. And, you guys have heard it all. They were against the whole bandit thing. They obviously had an issue with Big D, So, they were able to justify it, and, whatever. It is what it is. It's done. It's over with. It really shouldn't be that big of a deal. I'm not going to sit here and just burn people and be like, yeah, I'm done with you. You're out of my life. I don't care, for one bad decision, that they made. And, I think that's the problem with America. We're too easily willing to sit here and just dismiss people and just be like, yeah, you're done. We don't care. We don't invest any time or value into our friendships, into people that we know. We're so easily willing to sit here and say, oh yeah, you did something I don't like. Oh, that just wipes out everything. I don't like you anymore. And we just send people on the way. People are going to make mistakes. People are going to disappoint you. Not everybody is perfect. Not everybody's going to live up to your standard of living. You just have, we need to, as a people, be more accepting of other people's flaws and mistakes, and look and judge people more on a whole than just one bad, decision, or, I don't know, depending on how you look at it, bad, not bad, but one decision that you may not agree with. Let's put it that way. Let's not say it's a bad decision. Let's just sit here and say a decision you don't agree with. Because there's going to be people out here that aren't going to say that that was a bad decision. So, getting back in the chat. Let's see. Close to that. Was American Canadian. So really, that's really what it was. Unlike, just cutting people loose. I had the opportunity to sit here and stop over, and I actually got to spend a little time with the Squirrels, and I got to spend some time with Michael and his family from the school bus, because they're actually at the Squirrels property. It was really nice seeing them too. They're doing good. I'm glad I got to see them. So it was a nice little distraction. I enjoy it. I spent a lot of time with all these people, throughout the entire convoy, and it's just nice to catch up with them and see how they're doing, So, yeah, it is what it is, and if this loses me viewers, unfortunately, or subscribers or whatever, unfortunately, that's the way it is. That's what makes me more honest and, I guess trustworthy, because I'm not out here for the money. I'm not making money off this really. So, I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter if you guys watch me, you watch me. If you don't, well, so I can be a little bit more honest with you, because, I don't have to sit here and worry about, affecting my income based on my subscription list. So, that's just the way it is. Come together. I mean, I think you're going to sit here and see now that this whole 1776 thing is pretty much put to rest. You'll probably see, if you check them out, they're going to be out streaming other rallies. They're going to be back doing, patriotic stuff. It's not like they were, whatever. So, I'm more than happy to see them at the next rally, whatever it ends up being. I mean, in all honesty, I think it's going to be people like the squirrels that are going to actually make, a bigger difference in this country than people like Oreo, because they're going to be the ones that are actually out there fighting for freedom instead of just covering it, it just is what it is, to be perfectly honest. Why is Max Flowers? Hold on. Whoa. I'm mad. Okay, Wendy, we let people just kind of talk here, unless it's something that's going to get me banned or whatever. We don't. There's no reason to these messages. Just let it be. Sorry, Max Flowers, if you want to put that stuff back. I didn't see what it all was, but just be respective. Oh, it was hit. Oh, you accidentally hit them? Okay. It is what it is. That's cool. Yeah. Max Flowers, you're just asking for specifics of what? View deleted message. Yeah. Looking back at Unity. Just looking back at some of these messages. It's hard to do this and drive. I don't know. I mean, I'm going to start up a panel, shits and giggles. Let me get the link real quick, and I'll post it. And then let's see, where is it? Nope, it's not there. Guests. Invite a guest. Copy the clipboard. There we go. So we'll do a panel real quick and post comments. So damn hard. I do not know how Polish Agnes does all this. Gotta give her credit. Oh, damn. All right, give me a second. I'm gonna have to do this a little different. Is this phone I can do it from? So yeah. But yeah, we'll do a panel and we'll let whoever wants to come up here and say what they want to say, come on up and figure it out from there. How's that sound? Ooh, that's a nasty road. anyways. Let's join the studio. And let's see. There we go. Get him off there. I'm gonna go guests. Invite a guest. Copy the clipboard. Post chat. Chat. There we go. And then go like this, go like that. That should be done there. And then go and do this. We'll pin it. And there we go. So now we can have some guests. So if anyone wants to come on, we can sit here and talk. I'm having problems reading the chat and driving. So we're just going to kind of do a panel style. Maybe somebody like Ed's Truth or whatnot consider kind of keep an eye on the chat for me and keep me filled in. And, you know, we can talk a little bit more about, you know, what's going on and whatever, you know. We'll see who ends up popping in. Yo, Ant. Whatever. So yeah, here's your opportunity. Your 5 minutes of fame. Come on down. We'll talk about it. Not crashing. I mean, I am a truck driver. It's not really crashing. So, I'm a truck driver, you know. I may go over the road, you know. Just kind of, you know, it's something interesting. And, you know, seeing how I do have a little bit of viewership, I'm going to stream it, which is going to help get the word out. And, you know, heck, you know, maybe somebody maybe it'll help. So yeah. I know. Well, it's, you know, I know what it is. I know what the 10-4 thing is. You know, I mean, they talk a little bit about trucker stuff. I know it's not really a protest. Why? Did I call it a protest? Is that what I did? No, I didn't call it a protest. Yeah, it's a rally. I call it a rally. I didn't call it a protest. I covered Lake Michigan. And we're back. That is the nice thing about StreamYard. As you can see, you can just pop back in. That's why Polish Agnes likes to use this so much. I don't know if the stability is quite as good, because I wasn't breaking up so much when I was using Prism, but I do like the fact that when you are driving, the street doesn't just die. You know, you can get bumped out and then you can just come back in. That's a nice feature. All right, so who wants to come on, read the chat to me? You know, have an actual calm, constructive conversation, ask questions. You know, I don't even care if you really show your face. Just be respectful. You know, no yelling, no, you know, whatever. Just nice, calm conversation. Thanks, Ed. Yeah, no, I buffered hard and then I popped out and then I had to pop back in. So, yeah. Yeah, no, I was just going to the 10-4 rally, you know, whatever, you know, whatever you want to call it, 10-4 event, I guess, you know, just for the fun of going because I'm close enough to go. I may go down to the J6 thing just to say hi to Freedom Express Media, which is David, because he was part of my mechanics crew. And Dustin happens to be there. I'll say hi to him too, you know, depending on where they are. Stormtrooper, you know, I've got no animosity or hate for any of them, you know. I may stop in and say hi if they're there, but, you know, I probably wouldn't even cover that. You know, I'm not, I may not, I probably won't. I'm more just going, you know. But, you know, I'm pretty sure there's going to be truckers that may want to say something. And if I'm showing it, you know, and if they've got concerns about fuel economy or they want to talk about things about the government, you know, okay. You know, that's fine. We can have a conversation about that. If they want to talk about the horsepower of their engine and how good it pulls up hills, well, that's cool too. So, get done and turned right in front of me. Yeah, I heard something about that. Well, you really can't. I mean, I don't know. You get into a physical altercation in these days, you know, that's just kind of what happens when you get, you know, when you get people that sit here and fight. You know, I'm really surprised that when Mike and Marcus got into that little thing, that, you know, there wasn't that. You know, this is just, it's a different day. You can't just pop somebody in the mouth for being stupid and go upon your way. Now it's assault and battery charges and, you know, all that stuff. Hence why, you know, I didn't turn back around and, you know, deal with somebody else. Because I guarantee that person would have called the cops. So, you know, it is what it is. You know, just is what it is. Actually, I was just at a rally in Tennessee. Question was, when's the last time you've seen Eric do anything political? Just a couple of days ago, I was in Tennessee for a rally. So, honestly, I just was doing something political. Oh, shit. That's hilarious. Sorry about that. You test drove a self-driving truck? Yeah. 4 years ago. It's coming. I can't wait till we have more. Yeah. I was actually at a truck stop where there was a guy bragging about the fact that he was teaching the truck how to drive. That he was that's what he was doing, is he was working for a company where he was hauling freight or whatever in a truck that was learning how to drive from him. And I'm sitting here just thinking to myself, I'm like, dude, you're all excited about this, but you're literally teaching the computer how to replace you. And he was all excited about the fact that he was teaching this truck how to drive. I'm like, that's kind of like stabbing yourself in the back, you know. All right, well we're gonna sit here and we're gonna reenact that rule, because I see a lot of people talking about DOA. A comment here, a comment there, that's, whatever, just let go. But we're not about slamming other YouTubers. We're not really about slamming other people in general. So it is what it is. I don't know Ant. I never met him. I mean, I was told he was in Hagerstown, but I believe he was kicked out prior to. I don't remember him. If I ever had an interaction with him, I don't remember the guy. I really haven't watched too much of his content. I've got really no opinion of him. So yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, exactly. I agree with Max Flowers. I mean, you're going to put out an entire industry, which the government's going to want to do, because of the fact that they do realize that that if the drivers sit and decide that they're done with all this, that's a big problem for the country. They don't like that the truck drivers actually have that kind of power to shut down the country. So yeah, Hal, I agree with you. I agree with you in one point of, I really don't think, I told him, I don't think they should have ever gone, the counter protesters should have ever bothered with Bunker Hill. Because honestly, the way things were going prior to the counter protest, I honestly feel that the whole movement was on its way out. People weren't viewing as much. I'm pretty confident from what I'd been hearing, that donations weren't really coming in anymore. 1776's relevancy really was like going away. That movement was on, was ending, and then the counter protests started, and that was the new drama that really drew people back in, and it was counterproductive. If the counter protesters' goal was to end the movement, honestly, I think it was actually a real failure in that aspect of ending it, quickly, because really it just reinvigorated the entertainment value of what was going on. So yeah, I feel you, Ed. Yeah, we don't have government. We've got business owners that have puppets that control our government. It's not really a government when it's all been bought and paid for by rich people, and they do whatever the hell the rich people want to do. Yeah. Who's this? Oh, Brett's on there. Sorry, Brett. Didn't realize you were on
Yeah,
there.
that only took forever. It's all good.
Oh, damn it. You know, I just realized I have a problem. I don't have my earbuds on.
Just one.
Yeah, just one. Just one. Even though you're my Canadian nemesis, I only have one problem. I forgot my earbuds. I'm going to have to actually pull over and grab them at the next stop. But I'll leave you in the stream. Hi, Valerie. Oh, look, I got a visitor center. Welcome to Virginia. Awesome. And I've got a rest area. So this is perfect timing. I will get Brett on my earbuds. Oh, look at that. Love. I love that. That's actually really kind of cool. I like that. Love. Virginia is for lovers. I wonder why Virginia is for lovers. Brett, welcome to Virginia. You and your maple.
Thanks, I'm here in Virginia.
You and your maple syrup covered feet.
You know, KMS 770, it's really weird that you would say white supremacist when, like, the flag that I fly on my truck is indigenous, and the quote on my truck is from a black South African Mandela. Like,
this is how small really my car. Oh, you guys are wrong facing of the camera. I was like, you know, it would have been funny if I would turn the camera on and be like, this is how small my car is. You can see me like I'm standing right in front of the camera. There we go.
Bizarre things people just toss about like they have some kind of clue, and they're really just clueless.
So I got Brett, my Canadian nemesis, who still comes on my panel. So he must not hate me that much, even though I'm going to invade his country. Take him over. All right.
Friends close, enemies closer, you know? No, friends close, enemies closer. Got to keep some close tabs on you.
Yeah, I hear you. All right, let's get you on the AirPods.
Control the flow of information. Be in there intercepting everything, you know. I got to report back to Beaver Squad.
There you go. Now I can hear you. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't have put the earbuds on because now I can hear you. Damn. I didn't think this through very well.
I know. That was my beef earlier when Adorable Deplorable was like, oh, you should turn your sound up, Eric. I was like, no.
Shut up. Yeah, I don't know why the hell that wasn't set to auto. I don't usually mess around with my mic settings too much, so you know, I'm really surprised that it wasn't set to auto. All right, so I haven't been able to really keep a track of the chat because it's been hopping. What have I missed? Because I know you've been kind of watching it pretty straight. Has there been any questions that I've kind of missed that I need to go back and rehash out, or what's really been going on?
KMS 770 thinks I'm a white supremacist, so that's fun.
Okay.
Frida Ninja is asking KMS 770 if the picture they're using is not Aubrey, and they said yes.
If it's what? The picture they're using is what?
Is Naughty Aubrey.
Oh, okay.
Adorable Deplorable is asking about bromances. Venici's interested in the bacon and the syrup. So apparently you've got an ally in your syrup invasion.
It's okay, Brett. It's okay. As long as you're nice to me, I'll let you stay in the basement. Okay? I'll set you up a nice little room, in the basement. Okay? Is that okay, Brett?
Mm-hmm.
Good. See, he agreed.
Blame Canada. Blame Canada. Seems like everything's gone wrong since Canada's came along. Blame Canada. Blame Canada.
Yeah. So I mean, like I said, I think I hit pretty much all the topics. I don't know how much hate I had in my chat for what I said, but really, like I said,
Um,
I like to give people chances, and I don't sit here and just dispose of people because of one decision that I don't agree with, you know.
yeah.
And like, I mean, granted, if it was major enough, okay, like they were a pedophile, okay, well then maybe that's something I'd be a little bit stronger about, or if they had killed somebody, not in self-defense, type situation. I mean, I guess there's always going to be that extenuating circumstance where I'd be like, nah, you're out of here, bye, But for the most
Yeah.
part, for the most part,
Yeah, I get it.
I think everybody makes a mistake, or everybody is going to do something that somebody else isn't going to agree with. Like Brett living in and not wanting to become an American. I'm okay with that. He doesn't want to become an American. Fine, okay, don't become an American. I accept that. He's gonna be, but it just is what it is. I can't tell if I'm buffering or he's buffering because my screen looks like my video is still going good. I don't have any warrants. They're talking about DOA. I guess he's got warrants after him because of the interaction he had with Santa. I guess Santa and hit him with a bullhorn, and then DOA, I guess, hit Santa back. That's all secondhand information, so take that with a grain of salt. But that's what I heard happened. Again, if I'm going to sit here and say something is secondhand, I like to at least explain that I believe it's secondhand and that it's not first source reporting. So, that's just what I had heard. So take it with a grain of salt. So were you buffering or was I? Because my video looks solid. So all of a sudden you started digitizing.
Yeah, I think that might have been me that time. I think it was you last time and me this time.
Oh, okay. Whatever. So yeah, I mean that's.
So my sound's okay now?
Yeah, you're fine now.
Okay,
yeah.
Cool.
So yeah, I mean that's just what it was.
Ed thinks I'm a spy.
I couldn't, out of what I knew about the squirrels, from all the time that I'd spent with them, and the things that they had done to help me out and throwing me their keys, and they never asked me for anything. They literally never asked me for anything. Oh, that's weird. I almost swear that was Santa's truck going the other way. I swear to God. I don't know. I'd have to look at a picture and see if he had some writing on the back of his cab. I didn't catch the exact phrase, but I swear that looked just like Santa's truck. All right, whatever. But getting back to what I was saying, getting back to what I was saying, I mean, they just, I really needed to, before I was just going to sit here and say, hey, screw it, you guys are gone. I really just needed to kind of talk to them and, get a vibe for why they felt they did what they did, and, get an understanding. And, it's America, they felt that was the best course of action. And, and in their heart felt that that's what they needed to do. So, okay, well, it is what it is. It's water under the bridge. They're back to doing freedoming, and more power to them. There's a lot of people that don't agree with the 1776 movement. They just chose to be a little bit more proactive about it. I mean, that's all there really is about it. They chose to actively try to end it because
I know.
they felt,
I've had.
I know, but we're talking to a lot of other people that are in the chat that may not know. I know you know.
Yeah.
But
I think a lot of them.
you know,
I think a lot of them know.
yeah. Well, not everybody does. Not everybody does. Not everybody. Unfortunately, there's still people that watch one narrative. Maybe
Oh
they
yeah.
just watch one viewer, and his slanted view of how things are is all they know and all they believe. I like to be an open-minded person. I may think you're full of shit, but I'll at least listen to you. And then in my own mind, I'll go, well, if that person's full of shit, but I'll be polite and I'll
Yeah.
listen, and I'll examine your point of view, and if I find merit in it, or and I'll try to understand where you're coming from, and if it's something that maybe I'm not familiar with, because unfortunately you're in a bubble, whether you're in the left or you're in the right. If you're in the left, you're in the left bubble. You're only seeing what the left wants to show you. If you're in the right, you're only seeing what the right wants to show you, and that's government control. That's they're always going to try to pit us against each other, and they're always going to sit here and lie. The right lies about the left, and the left lies about the right, and it's all about being dividing us. So trying to be in the middle and seeing both sides and trying to work together really is the way it needs. Things need to be. We need to stop being so to the left and so to the right, and try to get back towards the middle. And not be in these echo chambers. So that's what I'm out here doing. And unfortunately, if that costs me viewers, that is what it is. But that's why there's people out there that are going to just tell you the right's perspective, and they're going to block anybody else that doesn't agree with them. That's if that's the entertainment you want, that's available. That's out there. They're going to sit here and tell you whatever they want to tell you, and they're going to create whatever drama they want to create, because they want to make more money off of you, and that's their ulterior motive. They don't care about the country. They don't care. They may vaguely care about the country, but they're not out there actually doing anything. They're out there sitting here and they're pumping. They're making a living. That's what they're doing. They're making a living. It's their job.
Forwarding agendas. Yeah.
Well, it's their job.
Yeah.
I love this. I love this comment that was said about me. Eric is out here streaming just to make himself relevant. Okay, well, that person's out here streaming to make himself relevant so he can pay his bills, because that's all he's got. He's got nothing else going on for him. He's not contributing to anything. He's out here just making money and supporting himself. That's what he's doing. He's not going to be the person that's going to make a difference in this country. Somebody like me that's sitting here and trying to unite the left and right and try to find something that we can actually work together with, work together on, and unite the left and the right in a common goal to try to get something productively done in the government, is the person that's going to actually be somebody like me. I'm not saying me. If I can find an organization that's already doing that, that's great. I can't guarantee that I'm going to be that guy, but I'm at least trying to do that. What's he doing? Really? What productive thing other than just babbling on a YouTube is he out here actually doing? You know what I mean? Right? No comment?
Yep. Oh no, I guess it kind of floors me a little bit in the sense that here, at our protests here, it wasn't there was no right or left thing being spoken about. We were busy exposing corruption in the Conservative Party as well as the Liberals, as well as the NDP. There was no right or left. It was the people versus the government and the ones controlling the government. There was no right left crap. Like, at least not, that wasn't the conversations I was part of in any way, shape, or form. Like, I didn't hear that conversation even taking place around me. And it was all the people together, like, recognizing that it was the government of Canada and, like, you know, the whole of its bodies and its propaganda arms, like, you know, like the media and etc., that it's like, these are the problems. Like, there was no right or left talk or being discussed. Like, it was, so it's just super strange to hear, you know, unite the right and the left. Well, to me, it's like, it's still not understanding really the bigger picture of there is no right or left. Like, the left wing and the right wing belong to the same bird with a head controlling both of those wings. Like, it's the people versus the head of the bird, not left wing versus right wing, because they're working in conjunction and cooperation with each other.
And in Canada, that may not be as much of a problem with left and right, but here we've just been so divided for so long. There's just so much animosity, you know, against each other, you know, that it really is, we have to bring them together. You know, you guys could kind of sit here and say, yeah, the government's fucking us. Let's all go out and deal with the government, you know, and you guys could get on the same page easier. But, you know, in America, it's just really, I mean, we've had real problems to the point where, you know, there were people out here that didn't want to sit here and announce that they were Republicans, you know, in fear that they were going to be, you know, signaled out and beat up, and, you know, and I mean, it's just, you know, there's just so many problems right now, you know, where people just can't accept that there's people that may have a view different than yours, you know. And it's just, yeah, I mean, we really have to kind of get both parties back towards the center a little bit more, and, you know, make it where it's acceptable to sit here and be able to walk up and, you know, what, you could wear a shirt saying, I'm a Democrat, I'm a Republican, and nobody would really give a fuck, you know. You know, right now it's like you sit here and you're it's like pulling a pin on a grenade, and you don't know if it's going to go off, if it's a dud or it's going to go off every time you sit here and you start talking to politics to somebody, because, you know, it usually doesn't go very, very calmly. If you talk to somebody, a lot of times it turns into this battle, you know. I mean, hell, I lost family over it. It's like, really? What does it matter, you know? Why is that something that's going to keep us from interacting just because I have a political view different than yours? Why is politics going to have that much effect on our day-to-day living? You know what I mean?
That's the thing I hate the most about the whole right versus left thing, where it's like, I did a video about it even too, where it's like we're so indoctrinated and have it entrenched and ingrained into us that, you know, in order to be any kind of political or have a head or be politically active or, you know, get involved in any way, it's like you got to pick a side and automatically dislike the other side, and it's fucking stupid. I'm sorry to say, like, to swear, but it's stupid, right? Like, it should be what is best for our citizens or society as a people. Like, it doesn't matter where the good idea comes from. Like, you know, oh, that country over there is doing this, you know, for their people, whatever that may be, whether it's, you know, funding their secondary education, doesn't matter, pick a topic. It's working well in their country. And it's like, oh, that's working well for them. We should try and adopt that program here for our citizens of our country, since it's working so well there. Like, good ideas can come from anywhere. So this whole right-left division thing is just, it causes us to be divided automatically before we've even, you know, entered into anything. It shouldn't be about that. It should be the citizens, like, coming together. Like, there should be no right or left. What's up, Ed?
All right, so here's the thing. Welcome to the chat, Ed. 1 second, though. I'm going to let this person on. Red Squirrel wants to come on the panel, and I'm going to remind him, because I'm assuming he's watching, that this is my channel. That means in this channel, he has to behave, unlike his channel, where it's, you know, he sits here and does the give me all your money and whatnot. We're not going to be sitting here and getting into arguments with the chat. You know, if you want to talk about a topic that we're talking about on the panel, that's what we're going to do. This is not a, go after Ant, defend yourself against the chat. This is just, if we want to talk, we're going to have nice, calm conversations. Okay. So I'm going to let Red Squirrel on the panel, but we're not going to go out of control here and be like, give me all your money and all that stuff that you do on yours. So, okay, here comes the Red Squirrel. God help me.
Okay,
Hi, Red Squirrel.
before Red Squirrel says anything, I did have something that I wanted to address that was stated earlier by Brett, and that is he stated that I said he was a spy, but he didn't add the second part, and that is he's going to come over and stay with you to be a spy to make sure that we don't steal his black syrup.
I don't want to. Well, okay.
Quit revealing my plans. Quit revealing my plans. That's supposed to be freaking top secret, man. What the hell are you doing to me?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well,
that's all classified information, Ed.
Unfortunately, I don't have to worry about it because we don't let the moose across the border. Brett would try to come back moose back. So I mean, we would know he was an infiltrator because it's just the way it is.
So on the southern border we have mules, and on the northern border we have moose.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, maple syrup cookies.
Okay, so somebody's breathing into
conspiracy,
their mic.
Man.
Somebody's sideways.
No, it's the wind. It's me. I got to get back in the car. Hold on.
Hi, Red.
So
did you hear?
It's all this maple syrup talk.
No, I actually went to a dead spot, but I'm pretty sure I know what your rules are. Red, don't beat yourself. Be a good boy.
Pretty much.
Basically, that's what it was. It was, remember, this is not your channel. It's not give me all your money. It's not, whatnot. It's not fight with the chat mode. It's if you want to have a calm conversation, you're more than welcome. You get out of control and you start fighting with Ant in the chat or fighting with people in the chat, I'm gonna have to bounce you because this is just gonna be a
well. I actually can't see the chat. You're totally safe. You're totally safe.
I can't see the chat. All right. I see Hector wants to come on too, but we're gonna let Red talk for a little bit. I'm gonna leave you in the backstage for a little bit there, Hector, and then I'll bring you on after he says what he wants to say. So what's up, Red? Why did you want to come on?
No, I I don't want to try to hijack your panel or anything, but I just want to make it very damn stupid seatbelt. Eat a dick.
There we go. Foul language. Jesus Christ. I'm kidding.
No, I just wanted to make it very clear that I had never had a problem with Polish Agnes, just like I've never had a problem with you, Eric. And people like to start drama, and honestly, a lot of this isn't about that. And like I said before in the chat, I don't understand why people can't have friends just because they disagree. I don't understand that. Why can't you disagree with your friend? How can it be your friend if you can't disagree with them?
Yeah. No, and I agreed with that too. I mean, you say, you and Freedom Squirrel also said that you guys had no problem with Stormtrooper. You guys actually liked him. Even though he would call her, what was it, Freedom Spreader, she actually thought it was funny and she'd laugh about it. So, I mean, you guys had a few choice things that you were upset about. You had issues with the Freedom Outlaws.
Exactly. That was our biggest problem.
We don't have to really get into it, but you had issues with Freedom Outlaws. You went up there initially to have some answers or some questions asked that you wanted answers to, and that they were, because you didn't agree with the fact that every time you got on some type of panel or whatever, they weren't answering any questions, So, I mean, you wanted questions answered and felt that was the only way to get them answered was in person, because unfortunately, they were not about freedom of speech, because anytime anybody said something that they didn't like, they just shut them down. It didn't go. It went sideways, unfortunately, and then you guys did what you did. It is what it is. So
Speaking of sideways,
yeah. Speaking of sideways, yeah, you can turn your rotation lock off.
I can't, dude. I can't on my phone. My phone's stupid. You know that. I'm gonna get home and I'm gonna switch it over to Squirrels. I'm driving. Can I make a joke?
If it's appropriate, kind of, sort of, I guess.
Yes, it's appropriate. So I'm driving in the $10,000 car that Santa Claus gave us. It's a brand new Charger.
It's a brand new Charger? Okay.
Well, it's not a brand new Charger, but it's newer than the Squirrel car.
Oh, okay. Is that the one with the blown head gasket that is a misfire on cylinder one? Is it that one?
Exactly. That's why it's a joke.
Yeah, so it's a quality car there.
So it's brand new to you.
Yeah,
No,
pretty much. It's actually my ex-wife. I'm not even lying.
Yeah, it's not even his car. It's kind of funny though.
It's my ex-wife.
Yeah. So yeah, no, like I said, it's just yeah. So what else did you have to say, Red? What else did you want to talk about?
Just that I don't understand why we all can't be friends. Just because we disagree on one certain topic, why we all can't be friends, and why everyone thinks that we're so. I don't understand why we're so unpatriotic because we decided to take down something that we thought was corrupt on our own side. I don't get that.
Yeah.
That'd be the only thing I gotta say, bro. You can throw me out now.
No, you're fine. You're fine. So what rally was it that Mel was sitting here talking about trying to get you guys to go to, or that you guys were possibly going to this weekend? I know it's not the 10-4 one I'm going to, but it was actually or don't you remember? Because I think
it's a rally in Virginia. It's a rally in Virginia. Yeah, I don't exactly know the details. Mel has it all.
Yeah. So, yeah, if you guys haven't figured out, Mel is the brains of this operation. Right, Rad?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, come on. Women are always a little bit smarter than us in most cases. They're more informed. They usually do a little bit more of the research. We kind of rely on them. We rely on them. They're our Rolodex. We don't have to remember because we can go, hey, honey, or to the girlfriend or wife or whatever. We go, hey, honey, what was that address for that place? And just like with Google, we know Google knows that information, so we don't bother storing it. Isn't that how a guy's brain usually works?
If it's cool, Eric, I'd like to bring up something else that happened like during the whole entire convoy and even after the convoy and everything up until this point. Of how nobody realizes what me and Squirrel actually are. Like how many people we have actually helped, what we've actually done.
Yeah.
For everything and everyone. Everyone likes to call us like the evil villains all of a sudden, but up until everyone called us up until the Big D incident, let's say.
Yeah.
Me and Squirrel were the people to go to. Like
yeah. I know about that.
And that's the biggest thing that bothers me is like a lot of people, like I'm not even worried about the chat, but a lot of the other people are all of a sudden like, yo, what did you guys do? Like, this, that, and the other thing. But it's like, do you not remember what we did?
Yeah.
Do you not remember who we were?
Because you guys were part of that team that would ride behind the bobtails. So if anybody screwed with any of the bobtails, you guys would sit here and go chase them down and get license plates so you could turn them into the cops. So you guys were part of kind of like the security for the convoy when they were going around the Beltway and stuff. I remember that. Then I heard that you guys had somebody, I don't know if you want to say who it was, but there was somebody a little bit more prominent that was giving you guys money to help other people. Basically you'd find out somebody needed like propane. You'd go back to that person and they would sit here and give you a little bit of money from their viewers. And you guys would go out and get them propane and pretty much other stuff that anybody pretty much needed. So you guys had a little thing going on where you guys were doing charitable stuff for the convoy too. I that actually reached me. I actually heard about that happening. And those were all things I kind of knew about, and I didn't know if anybody else knew. So
hey Eric, Agnes is going live soon, and she's backstage. So I'm wondering if you want to let her pop in before she gets going live herself.
Yeah, I'll let her pop in real quick.
Oh, you don't want to let me in? Thanks, Eric. You're so nice.
Sorry. Hey, I'm not really good at this whole panel thing. I mean, if you want to sit here and you want to watch panels that are done professionally while driving, you go and you watch Polish Agnes's or Polish Angie's stream. That's a real pro at this. I'm just a rookie. I'm just a rookie there.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, I'm breaking up the sausage party, guys.
Oh.
Thank you, Agnes.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Agnes. Brett's day has just been lightened up,
I was I was backstage for like 10 minutes. I cannot let myself in. I don't know how to. I mean, I don't know.
You should have been able to.
No, I can't because I don't know. I logged in this phone that I'm on right now. It asked me for all kinds of freaking passwords, and I don't know. I had to. It's I'm just a regular now on your thing for some reason. It's strange. I had to sit backstage.
You met Brett. You made Brett Boyle's day because just seeing your face brought back memories of watching your feet. In the stream, he's all happy.
Brett is happy. Oh.
Yes, because I'm pretty sure now he's looking at that photo of the screenshot he took of your feet.
Well, I was going to go live myself, but I think I'm not going to pull the viewers from you, so I'm just going to sit here.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks for coming on. Have you? How long have you been watching my little live?
Well, since I was on the phone with someone, but I had you going on in the background. But I caught maybe a little bit, maybe not.
Okay. Well, I was just wondering if there was just anything that you had seen that you maybe wanted to comment on thus far, or
I've noticed there was there was a conversation with Red Squirrel, so that's why I came on, because he texted in the chat earlier that there was some misunderstanding and whatnot. I'm like, I'm not worried about it at all.
Yeah.
I have never experienced any trauma from anybody around, so I'm just not worried. I don't think I have anything to worry about, honestly.
Okay.
Agnes, I have a misunderstanding.
You?
Yeah. I sent you my weight from this morning, and I did not get yours. So
I sent you one.
You did?
Yes. Excuse me. Maybe the email didn't work, but I did. It was 8 a.m.
Not there.
So
I'll do it again.
You guys are doing a Weight Watchers thing, huh? You guys are literally sitting here and competing on who loses the most weight every day?
Not every day, but we were going for 15 pounds.
Whoever gets there first.
Yeah.
Cool. That works.
Yeah.
All right, so real quick, seeing how Polish said that she's not going to go live on her own stream, we're gonna let Red pop back in and sit here and finish kind of what he wanted to say.
Yeah. No,
he's kind of in the middle of what he was saying. So, is he still here, or did he pop out?
No, I'm here.
All right.
There we go.
So what were you saying, Red? Because like I said. Yeah, no, I had heard through the grapevine that you guys were doing that stuff, that you were doing that, chasing people down when they were screwing with people in the convoy and taking down license plates, and you guys were helping out at base camp, with that one person. I don't know if you want to name drop and say who it was that was helping with the money or whatnot. That's up to you. I'm not going to do it, but yeah, I heard about it, so it's not like it wasn't happening. you know. But is there anything else that you just kind of wanted to tell anybody, or I don't know?
Whoop.
Hello. Oh, and he's gone.
Ah,
We lost him.
yeah.
Well, he
Dun-dun-dun.
seems he wants to hop on. If he wants to hop on back a little bit later, that's perfectly fine.
He's
Is he back?
buffering back.
Oh, he's
Yeah,
buffering
he's
back.
bouncing.
Yeah, my Wi-Fi just reconnected.
Ah,
You
yeah,
guys
yeah.
hear
So
me?
you just got home. You just got home. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, what you were saying about is exactly right. You know, we used to help out everyone, and the fact that everyone turned on us just because we disagreed with what 76 was doing is really messed up. Especially when I have text message going back right after everything broke up, saying what was going to happen, and I have it all documented.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. You guys sat and said, I know this is your words. This is what you told me. Was that you guys overheard a conversation between Marcus and Mike?
Oh,
That back in California, that they were going to end the convoy in California, and that's really the only reason that you guys left, because otherwise you would have rolled with the convoy all the way back to DC, because you were like, why the hell are we going to go how many more miles north just to get stranded that farther away from home, right? Isn't that pretty much what you were
exactly.
saying? So
Yes, yes.
you know, so that's the only reason that you guys left the original convoy in the first place, was because you were like, well, if we're already going to get abandoned, you know, and you know, then why the hell are we going to drive you further away from our house? You know, not knowing that eventually we were going to sit here and come back, you know, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, but it's one of those things where it's like you never know, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So haha on you didn't get the free fuel home. That didn't work out as good for you, did it?
No, it really didn't. Like, we took off on our own. We went and did our own thing.
Yeah.
We ended up getting missed.
Why don't you tell people what you did do? Because I don't think a lot of people know that you guys were out freedoming during that whole time anyways. You know, why don't you tell them about some of the rallies you guys went to?
Oh, so after we left the People's Convoy, we headed straight back east. We came straight back to our house. After we got back to our house of Squirrel Team 6, we all kind of broke up in our own ways, but not really. Everyone had to go home to go do their own things, because you got to remember, we've all been together throughout Hagerstown the whole entire time, and everyone needed to go do some things, you know?
Yeah.
So we went
Then
and
you guys
did our
went
own.
to. Yep.
Yep, we went and did our own things, and so Squirrel Team 6 kind of broke up, but we never actually broke up. So we all went and did our own things. After we went and did our own things, we headed north to Buffalo, and we
Yep.
went to the flag exchange on the Canadian border with I forget what the hell, whatever Vince's thing is. Not
North
American Unity
American.
Tour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, the North American Unity Tour. Yep. So we went
Yep.
to go do that, you know, and after that we went a couple other places, and then we started. Then 76 decided to go and shut down the freeways on our national holiday.
And
They
that
decided,
triggered you. And
yes,
that triggered
yes,
you because you felt. So it wasn't that they shut down the freeways. You didn't care about that. It was the fact that it was the day that they chose to do it. It was the fact that it was affecting people in general on a patriotic day, you know, when we're supposed to be celebrating America. That's what triggered you, is the choice of the day, not the fact that they actually did it, correct?
right.
If they had done it any other day, you know, or a day that maybe impacted, you know, the actual legislatures, you know, more than just affecting just people. You basically thought it was a dick move that here now that all these people are trying to travel for, the holiday weekend, and they're sitting here shutting down the road, affecting innocent people, where any other day, it would have been a little bit more acceptable to you. That's basically my understanding of what your feeling was.
Yes, and especially like tourists. You got tourists coming into our nation's capital for our Independence Day, and you got it blocked down because of your own feelings. It's like it's not supposed to be about your feelings on that day. It's supposed to be about our feelings on that day.
Yeah.
But you had to make it about yourself.
So what would be a better day to make a statement and inconvenient people so everyone understands what we're here all about?
Veterans Day.
Why Veterans Day?
Yeah.
It's better. It's better than the 4th of July. I mean,
why
the
better?
4th of July? I don't understand. Like, that's our Independence Day. We're all supposed to be enjoying our independence together, but instead we're sitting on the freaking Beltway because you got a couple dumb idiots that want to shut it down.
Yeah. But Red, let's see if I can sit here and try to explain it to you a little bit and see if you can understand, where their point of view is. Because, I don't know if I agree with you on this one. I get where you're saying. I understand, and I understand your viewpoint of it. But, they needed to try to bring media attention. Okay?
I get that.
And they needed to do things that were going to be drastic enough. And unfortunately, as much of a dick move as it may be, like you're saying, you're affecting people on the holidays, so on and so forth. They were trying to get some national or even regional news recognition. So unfortunately, shutting down the Beltway on the holiday was potentially one of those things that could have brought them some newsworthiness. So from their standpoint, the biggest problem with 1776 is they really, nobody was talking about it, in the media. So there was no chance for them to grow. So they're going to have to do stuff that isn't going to be popular to try to, shock and awe, and draw the viewership and get the news reporters. So, I mean, while we don't agree with while you don't agree with their actions, you got to at least understand why they were doing it.
I get what. Go ahead, Agnes.
So I mean, I get that you didn't like it, but you also have to understand why they did it. Go ahead.
Can I say something because I was actually there?
I know you were there.
Yeah, so you guys got to consider so many things when you're actually trying to accomplish something. So it was a holiday, right? That means a lot to a lot of people. But then, you got to remember that any other time you're going to inconvenient, people, you're going to have a lot of other things that you're going to have to deal with. And for example, those are hospitals. Those are appointments that people got to go, dialysis and other stuff. We're eliminating that once you're doing this on the holiday like that.
That's also a good point. How many times are people going to have those kind of appointments on a holiday? Right. So you're not really affecting that type of stuff. That's a great point, Polish Agnes. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that you have to really go through and think about it when you're doing things like that. And that was one of them. Also, less cops, okay? Less cops because everyone takes off for a freaking holiday and no one goes to work.
I disagree there, Agnes.
Okay, well, let her finish. All right.
So no one goes to work, almost no one goes to work. Obviously, people who are doing certain types of professions, they still are going to go to work. Sure. But normal traffic and normal rush hour isn't really there.
So you're not affecting people getting to their job and making them late.
Well, I get that too. Only sort of, because of course you're gonna stop the highway for people, but it was only for 30 minutes. Now you're talking like this was like some, I don't know, protest that has been
like
done
Ottawa that shut it down
days,
for
you
months.
know,
Yeah,
and
for
oh my
months, yeah.
goodness. This was
I get
only
you.
a statement. And while doing
Yeah.
that statement, I actually love the fact that I was there. And
Yeah.
this was significant for me in my heart because this was something that TPC has never accomplished. And
Yeah.
all the major highways except one, my highway was completely closed. You couldn't get through. Well, the people
Yeah.
were taking around, you know, construction zone, you know, to get around us. But we
Yeah.
purposely have left that open for them and for
Yeah.
emergency vehicle to be able to get past. So what other day, considering all these things that I just told you, would it be better to choose, really honestly, to do this for 30 minutes?
Yeah.
Would it be a rush hour? Would it be Sunday? What else?
Yeah.
What else could we do? Like, how long would we have to wait to Veterans Day actually to accomplish, you know, that type of action? I understand if you don't agree with the action at all, but when you trying, you know, to tell people, oh, this was not a good day. Well, have you considered other things that we had to consider while doing it? Apparently not.
Now, I agree with you, Polish. That those were all really good points, and I'll give you a second to speak, Red. But I've got one question real quick. Now, is this something that you know that they actually were discussing, or is this just something that made sense to you in your head? Was this an actual conversation that you heard that that's the reasons why they picked that day?
This
or
was
is
a
this
discussion.
Just pure logic?
No. This was the discussion that I had with someone who was on the supposed, you know, making that plan happen. I'm not gonna drop names, but
no, that's fine. That's fine. So it was somebody that you were talking with that was in the planning of doing that. With 1776.
I brought to them a lot of different issues that we were gonna look at while doing things like that. And sometimes people just don't think of them, and I do. I like to, you know, think of every scenario. And while you're doing stuff like that, especially, you have to make sure that people are going to be able to get to the hospitals and stuff like that. You know, because you don't want to cause anyone's, you know, problems.
So Red, considering that new or that information, I don't know if it's new to you, but thinking about that, about it from the aspects that Polish Agnes points out, you know, that yes, it did affect people while they were on vacation, but it didn't really affect people as if they were going to work or had doctor's appointments or, you know, things like that. You know, does that, even though it was on a holiday, you know, does that make a little bit more sense why they possibly picked that day and maybe take the sting out of it a little bit for you at all? Or is this still, you know, something that's kind of like, you know, you still think they should have just done a different day?
So the first thing, if I can ask Agnes a question.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Was that before or after it happened that you had that conversation with someone, Agnes, about why they did it?
No, totally before, because I needed to know where I'm going into and what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I'm always very, you know, I always make a research about what we're doing. I made the research about what's going to happen if you're going to block the highway for 30 minutes. What is it gonna? What are you gonna take you for court? You know, and what is the possible penalty for all this? I considered literally everything. Trust me. And I needed to have a conversation, and obviously I talked to Santa in person about a lot of these issues, and I brought some other issues as well into the table. But actually, that conversation about doing this and not trying to affect, you know, too much, but just literally make a statement. I have talked to someone else who has been doing the plans mostly, and that was not Santa. That was someone else.
And to reiterate, you said, and that was before you guys did it. So
yes, correct. Otherwise, I wouldn't do it. I would just wouldn't do it.
Yeah, and that's the same thing for me. You know, I that's why I didn't go with 1776, because I couldn't get the question I had answered, therefore I went home. So that's, you know, that's the same thing. You know, I'm not going to go do things that I can't get, you know, relevant answers for. You know, if I feel that I need these questions answered. All right, so Red, so she answered your question, and she said it was prior to the event. So back to my question: does that take any of the sting out of it for you? Now understanding that, they were just trying to not disrupt people's day-to-day lives quite as much.
No, because it still did. Like, it still did to me.
No.
Like of all the days you are going to do it on, like, why don't you go make a bigger statement? Like, why don't you go park everything in front of the White House and then stay there?
Yeah.
But you guys, like, I'm sorry, it's like,
Yeah.
you decided to go in front of a museum.
Yeah.
Right.
Can I say something real quick?
Yep.
Well, they have started with the highway. They were really secretive about it, but I went in there. I said, I need to know exactly what you guys doing, because otherwise I'm not going to follow you, because I'm not a follower. I said, I'm a leader and I need to know what you guys doing. So with that being said, they only blocked the highway to see if there's going to be more people that are going to actually show up to hold this whole thing and help them to do what they needed to do in the DC. We went to the DC with 51 cars. I mean, what do you want to block with 51 cars? You're going to be done within one day. So I'm going to blame people for not showing up, not the group for not doing what they needed to do.
So this opens up a whole nother angle, Agnes, and I hate to do this, and I really don't want to do this, but it opens up a whole nother dynamic of the whole situation, right?
That's always bad when somebody sits there and starts off that way. I don't really want to do this. I really hate to do this.
I know, but you wonder why nobody showed up.
I couldn't hear.
It's becoming bad. So just think about what you're going to say and be very constructive and go.
I'm trying, bro.
Right.
For me, dude, I'm doing my best, man. If you can't tell that I'm doing my best, man, come on.
Yeah.
I couldn't hear anything. I was breaking.
All right.
So I'm trying to do my best.
We just got to remember, we don't have to agree. We don't have to agree at the end of this. We're just having discussion about it. We don't have to get upset. It's been done and over. We got to remember this is all past tense.
No one gets upset.
So we're just discussing. Yeah, we're just discussing. Well, sometimes Red gets a little hot. That's why I'm just trying to keep him calm.
No, I'm actually very calm right now.
Okay, cool beans. So
I know it's really weird. I know it's weird.
Right,
I would agree that Red is really calm right now, and it is really weird, but it's good.
Okay, so go ahead, Red. Bring up this this next part of the conversation that we're probably going to be like, oh crap. But go ahead.
No, it's not even like, oh crap. It's like, how do you expect anyone to come to a movement that literally has a bunch of gun-toting thugs that just want to try to force their opinion on other people, and when you don't agree with them, or that you know something that happened that doesn't go along with what they're saying? I mean, I think that's a big part of how much I'm involved in everything, because I'm not going to sit there and let a bunch of gun-toting people walk around and act like they can just force their opinions on someone and act like, oh, this is the way it's going to be because this is the way it has to be done. And the whole entire thing about the 4th of July, even Patriot Q has agreed with us. Like, I've been saying this from the beginning that, you should have never have gone there on the 4th of July. That was a bad idea. Even their own people are now turning on them and saying that this was a really bad idea. You should never have done this. And then when it comes to more people not coming, it's like, how do you expect anyone to come to a movement that literally was based on a lie? And that's the biggest thing.
Like, it was based on. Yeah, that's the question. You can't sit here and you can't say, okay, it was based on a lie, and then just keep going. You got to sit here. Now you have to sit here and say, so what is this lie that it was supposedly based on?
I was trying to be a good boy, bro.
No, that you can't. You can't sit here and you make a statement.
I tipped over a cooler.
Make a statement and say.
Okay, so let's say, the reason why they got kicked out of the Speedway. Let's go back to the reason why they got kicked out of the Speedway. Okay, the reason why they got kicked out of the Speedway was because they chose violence over reason.
They
And
chose
that's how
violence
76
over
started in the
reason.
beginning. So when you go back and say nobody wanted to join them and they needed exposure to join them, you have to go back to the root of why it all happened. Now imagine if TPC went to DC instead of 76. It would have been completely different. There would have actually been people supporting it. But because of what happened at the end of TPC, it showed everyone that it was like, yo, it's all about violence. It's all about one certain group controlling everything.
I don't know. Do you know? Okay. Do you know
And I'm
why
trying to be very
the
vague about
TPC?
everything for a reason.
Okay, and this is your opinion, and you're perfectly entitled to your opinion. I missed some of that conversation because I did go through a little bit of a buffer area, so I did catch the tail end of what you were saying. So I mean, I may be a little bit out of what you were saying, but I mean, TPC got a phone call. I mean, I've heard this from a couple different sources that were within that command structure, you know. So I mean, I feel, even though it is secondhand information, I feel confident enough in sitting here and saying that they got a phone call from, you know, organizations that Saturn basically said, if you go into DC, you're going to jail. And for whatever reason, you know, Marcus and the other people that were involved with the TPC didn't want to be involved with going down to DC. They, you know, and like you said before, you said out in California, they were going to pretty much end the convoy back in California. So Marcus had pretty much checked out at that point in time. You know, and this is just my opinion, you know, from what I've been hearing. You know, Marcus had already pretty much checked out. His mission was just to get us back to DC, so nobody could sit here and say, hey, we left them stranded in California. You know, that was pretty much his mission, and it was done. You know, that they you know, we knew that the TPC was going to be over. You know, I didn't realize that we were never going to go down to DC, but that's why there was that rushed thing on the stage for Marcus. Was, you know, because they had to end. That's a nice looking tank. Wow. You know, they had to end the People's Convoy before everybody left, because if they had gone into DC under the People's Convoy flag, you know, Marcus and anybody else that was involved in TPC was going to jail. You know, so I mean, that's why it ended. That's why it ended as abruptly as it did, is because that's not the mission for them anymore. You know, you even knew that. You knew that they wanted to end it in California, but then they just didn't want to have the bad press about, oh, well, they left all these people stranded in California. You know, which personally to me was still crap, because, you know, if they would have told people, okay, well, we're going to get, you know, I would have sat here and said, okay, yeah, we're going to end it in California, but we're going to go back east, and we're going to let people peel off and go home. That's how I would have handled it. You know, if you knew you were going to end the movement or it was over, I probably would have handled it that way. Just let people kind of go
but
home.
listen, why are we blaming? Is it me, Eric? Why are we blaming the participants of the movement? You know, that it was all based on lie and they choose violence and all that. I mean, there was just so many people that had nothing to do with that. They were just participants, and they started a whole new movement out of this. Because we're trying to say that the participants were liars, and it's not going to really make any difference.
We have to respect, in a point, Red's.
I'm just trying to understand the point.
Red has a different viewpoint on this because he had different interactions with some of the members. He had issues with Big D, so he had a violent encounter with Big D. He had issues with Black Cars Matter, you know, and you know, had these violent type interactions. So from Red, this is his viewpoint. because those are interactions that he had. You know, did we see
Well,
it? I didn't have problems with these people. You know, I mean, I had a little
right.
bit of a scuff up with Big D when we first got back from California, and I went over to AFC, and you know, I didn't like it. You know, I didn't like that interaction. I didn't want, you know, that was also a little bit of part of why I didn't want to go to 1776, because I didn't want to put myself in a situation where I may have to get into a physical confrontation with Big D if he decided that he was just going to get upset because he didn't like a choice that I made. I personally didn't think it was a problem that I went to go visit AFC as soon as I got back from California. I had been saying it on my live stream. I was friends with AFC before we left. You know, I had helped them fix their stuff back when we were, you know, in Hagerstown. You know, they chose to stay back and not go to California. That's fine. They continued the mission in DC while we went to California and dealt with that. I was just curious to see what they were up to, and you know, I got back to camp and they were jumping my shed. You know, so I mean, I saw it. You know, I mean, we saw Big D sit here and get all upset. You know,
Okay,
from what
but
the
do we
counter
judge?
protesters did. You know, and go and hit a tree. You know, luckily he didn't hit other people, and that's great.
Yeah,
You know,
but do we
so
judge a whole entire thing by one person?
No,
Yes.
we're not judging. No, we
Oh,
can't.
I'm
We
sorry.
can't judge the whole
okay.
thing.
So there's a
Well,
problem.
well.
But I will sit here and say that I will sit here and say that if that kind of violence what happened, you know, because we all know that Big D hit Red. That's an established fact. It came out in the live. Big D even admitted in the live during the counter protest thing, you know, I'll hit you again, you know, whatnot. You know, if you don't believe that Big D hit him, you know, you're fooling yourself, because Big D basically admitted that he did it on live. You know, so that's just, it is what it is. You know, he denied it for a while. It is what it is. It doesn't matter. You know, but at that point in time, I mean, you know, he went up and he hit somebody. You know, he unfortunately should have been gone.
Yes,
you know,
I agree.
He should have been gone. No matter what the situation was, no matter how much, you know, of a person he was in the movement, he should have been gone. You know, that's just what it is. And that's what Red is talking about. That's what he's talking about. He is upset with the fact that they were so desperate for people that when somebody had shown,
is it me buffering or is Eric buffering?
It was probably me. I don't know. But when he was sitting here showing that he was going to do violent things, you know, that Red feels that they should have been gone. Now, Santa may have thought that this was more of a war where
Lord.
you need somebody that's more aggressive. You know what I mean? So, I don't know.
Hey, Ed, who's buffering? Is it me or Eric?
Agnes, you are looking at your screen. You're doing the stop in time for a moment, and then you're moving again. You're not speaking all the time, so it's hard to tell if you're buffering as far as voice.
All right,
that's what I'm noticing.
Yeah.
You're buffering now, definitely. If you don't mind, Eric, I would like to interject from an outsider's perspective. You know, I wasn't caught up in the daily minutia.
It's more than welcome.
Yeah. Okay. So what I see is the convoy in Canada had a practical purpose. The United States convoy was symbolic in nature. And then a lot of people thought that they should take it to the same extent that they did in Canada, but we're a different country. Things don't work that way. And now we're talking about all of the infighting that went on as a result of people trying to make it more than what it was. It was just a symbolic thing here in the United States. There was no way that any type of protest was going to make any difference in this country. That stuff went out in the 60s in the United States.
You know, Ed, I just want to point out one thing.
Sure.
I slightly disagree. I slightly disagree with you. Okay, I think that because of what happened with J6 and people getting arrested and stuff like that, and people self-prophesizing that the convoy was going to fail, so why should I go, is what caused it not to happen. I honestly do believe that had J6 never happened and people actually came out and not just sat here and said, oh, well, it's not going to do anything, but are the same people that say, let's go Brandon, fuck Joe Biden, all that stuff, had actually come out and shown up in numbers that the convoy actually could have had a chance.
Yes,
So
and I agree with that.
with you on that aspect. I think there could have been a chance, but I think between a combination of those two things, the fact that we just didn't have the numbers is why it became what it was. I think initially it could have had a chance. It could have had a chance to have done something. If a million people would have shown up in DC, I think that might have mattered.
There wasn't a clear objective from the outside observer in order for anybody to make a determination to join that movement. We were watching it from afar. We were excited about it. People came out on overpasses. People came out along the side of the roads, waving their flags, saying, yes, finally, we have awakened. Somebody's going to go to DC and do something, but nobody knew what they were going to actually do. And
this Emergency Powers Act message was very confusing.
Well, it wasn't just that. It's just that there was no clear message as to a definitive statement that was going to be made. It was just the convoy was moving. We were all excited. Hey, now we've got a convoy. We're going to have something go to DC, and end of story. That's all we knew. We were waiting to find out.
Nobody knew what we were going to do.
I disagree.
We were watching the meetings, okay, in anticipation of, okay, maybe we're going to get some information from these meetings that is going to help us understand what is going on. And it went on and on and on. We got meetings. We got a little bit more info, but we never got the message of, okay, what are they actually doing? So there was no way that people were going to come out in mass when we didn't have enough information to give us the incentive.
Once we were in Hagerstown, it was done. If people were going to come out, it was going to be while we were coming across the country. Once we started sitting in Hagerstown, that was a death nail. We started bleeding numbers. The people coming out, when it would have mattered,
you buffering.
And when they were crossing the country. Now, Red, you said you
Okay, you're back.
Red said he disagreed. What do you disagree about, Red?
I disagree about
Red
how
said
it
he
all
disagreed.
went
What
down.
do you disagree about, Red?
Okay, it all went down
Okay.
because it got corrupted. Okay, and we all know how it was now corrupted. Now that it's literally right in everyone's face.
I'm back. I gotta freaking let
Hold on.
myself in because you got Hector backstage. What the heck are you doing, dude? Pay attention.
Go.
Oh, sorry, I forgot. I
Oh
forgot about
my
Hector.
goodness.
I'll let Red finish his statement real quick about how he disagrees, and I will pop Hector in, and I will apologize to Hector. I'm so sorry. Go ahead, Red. Finish what you had to say real quick. Then we're gonna let Hector in.
Okay, so I just disagree on how everything went down. Okay,
Even though Brett told me not to let him in, but I'm not like that.
God damn it, Brett, you and your fucking maple syrup. Oh, sorry. I disagree because
Maple syrup.
yeah, exactly.
I like maple syrup.
Stop it. Stop.
Uh,
Would you guys stop it? Look,
Well,
I disagree.
I'm gonna tell you something. No movement ever is going to be perfect. You will always find something that you're not gonna like.
No, Agnes.
But you're gonna have to
there's a
answer
complete
yourself the
difference.
question.
There's a
if
complete difference,
do
okay?
something for freedom, or you want to be bitter about something that people are doing you may not necessarily like. And I know for you those are personal issues that you're going through
No,
Yeah.
no.
with 1776.
Agnes, we were
All
going
right.
to give Red a chance
Yeah.
to speak. So
Okay.
before you pop back
Sorry.
in.
All right.
Well, we're gonna give Red a chance to speak. Then we're gonna bring Hector on. So
Okay, so literally, like, I have seen everything. I've been through everything. Okay, I have been there, Agnes. I've been with you. You've been at our campsite. You hung out with us. You gave us blueberry pierogies that were the most delicious thing I've ever had in my life. With that being said, I have had enough of the bullshit. Okay, you can't sit here and have somebody like Big D or Santa in charge of anything that has to do with anything, because how can you sit there and only so everyone knows that I got hit, right? But Santa Claus likes it. He wants to play like it never happened,
okay,
right?
but
Oh, it
but
never happened, or it didn't happen the way he said. But no, it happened exactly the way I said. I saw Hippie Mama hit Marcus in the face with a box of fucking money because Marcus accused Hippie Mama of stealing all the money. 20 minutes after it, I got attacked. Okay,
yeah,
there's so much that goes on with this shit that goes so much deeper than anyone ever knows. Okay?
yeah,
And as long as the Freedom Outlaws are connected to anything, we can never have a freedom movement, because the Freedom Outlaws run everything, right? FAFO. Like,
yeah.
why doesn't everyone see every like? I completely don't understand it. How they say, "Oh, we don't want violence in our organization," but meanwhile, you have violence in your organization, and this
Yeah.
is the biggest thing. It's like, yo, what are you guys talking about? So then you guys are just full of shit, right? And then they try to
No,
pretend like,
I
oh,
get that.
no, he only tripped over a cooler, right? He only tripped over a cooler.
Yeah. And you're making a valid point. This is not supposed to be about violence. And there was obviously that was actually and it's verifiable. Nobody at this point can deny that altercation happened. So you're 100% right in what you're having to say about this. Is but it is what it is. It's water under the bridge. We can keep hashing it over and over, but you got to say your statement about it, and unfortunately, it is what it is. I mean, nothing we say about this right now is really going to make any difference. It just kind of was what it was. But I'm going to let Hector on now, and we'll see what he has to say. And I'm going to apologize for keeping him back there for so long. Let's see. Hi, Hector. Sorry for having you in the back so long. I apologize. Kind of, driving.
It's okay.
Got caught in conversation. Hopefully you brought some constructive criticism to the chat, and you're going to behave.
Not really.
Because for some reason I've been there and told that I shouldn't let you on, but I try to respect everybody's opinions, and hopefully you'll respect my channel, but not doing anything too crazy. So what do you got to say, Hector? What's going on?
Oh, not much.
Not much.
That was anticlimactic.
Nope.
We had all this big buildup. Everybody's like, or whoever it was, Brett or something said, don't let him on, or somebody popped on and said, don't let him on. I'm expecting this big speech to come on, and okay, well, hi Hector, how you doing? I guess that wasn't as drama filled as we expected it to be.
No.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess Red popped off. Sorry, Red. I just, like I said, to a point, it gets to a point where drudging up, the past, I'm glad that you were able to get your point out there, and I get it. I get it. People are sitting here talking about, we're not a violent protest, but then violent things are happening, and instead it got covered up, instead of exposed. And, do I think that when that happened, that should have been something, had it been anybody else, they would have gotten kicked out, So, do I agree that it was fair that, when that went down, that Big D was allowed to stay? No, I don't. I don't agree that was a right thing, and that's just that's the situation that, he admitted that he hit red. If the movement was nonviolent, and had it been anybody else, that was a lesser named person in the convoy, they would have been sent packing. Can I agree that he should have been asked to leave? Yeah, I agree. And that is what it is. So whatever. I don't know. So I have not been watching the chat, but I know, Ed, you're a chat watcher. So really, what's been going on?
Actually, I haven't been watching the chat. The only thought that I have is that I have heard this internal affairs going on for at least 100 different chats but panels and streams. And at some point, maybe some people still need to work out, their feelings about it. And, I'm not a feelings type of person, so I tend not to go there. But, at some point, it's kind of got to get settled emotionally for many people. And I understand why you brought it up, is so that people can kind of get their final thoughts in on it, and we can kind of move into the next chapter and phase of what we need to do to meet our goals. Really, seriously.
I kind of brought it up because I knew from the get-go. I knew from the jump. I'm 3 hours away from the squirrels. They, the day before, they're sitting here, they're on the lives. Hey, where are you at? Even though they didn't actually just come to see me. I mean, they were at AFC. Soup Mama was there. Appalachian Flute was there. Stitch was there. Vince. I mean, they knew all these other people. Ray. They knew 7 other people that were at that Tennessee rally. So them coming and saying hi to them, it just was, by the way, Eric's here too, but I wasn't at the campsite. So, made it sound like they were coming to see me, when in actuality, they were coming to see the other 7 people that were people from, TPC or AFC, that just happened to be at that event too. I just happened not to be at the campgrounds when they showed up. So, so it made it sound like, oh my God, they're here to see him. And, they'd like to see me if they're in the area. It makes sense, but I knew going into this, people were going to be like, when it came out that I went and visited the squirrels, oh my God, what's he doing? Going and hanging out with them. And and I understand a lot of people didn't understand, that I had a relationship with them prior to them doing this, and I'd seen the other stuff that they had done, and and I really wanted to get answers, myself. What motivated you to go do this, and and like I said, I talked to them, and whether or not I agree or disagree with their actions, I mean, it's a moment in time, and it's over. It really is. It's over. I don't think 1776 is really going to have the traction to come back and be anything. I think there's going to eventually be another movement that's going to take off, or at least I'm hoping there will be, and that maybe more people, at some point will not self-prophesize, the demise of whatever's going to happen, and actually come out, and we can actually get something accomplished, And that's just what it is.
So you have interpersonal relationships with people, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's life. When you meet
I mean,
people
I
face
spent
to
that much
face,
time. I
you
spent
you
that much
talk
time with
you
them.
talk to people, and
Yeah.
you get to know them. You either agree with them, disagree with them. It doesn't matter. You're just
Yeah.
spending time with them.
Yeah.
But with and I noticed this a long, long time, decades ago, actually. When you start getting into, everything being viewed by everybody in the world and everybody having a different take, and they see snippets of things going on and they form their opinions, and is this person's motivation this or that,
Yeah.
and then they start assigning motivations, and once people start assigning motivations and then they get that information out there, then they pick sides. We don't have a left or right like Brett says. What we have is a left, right, up, down, back and forth, alternate ultimate reality. I mean, it's coming from so many directions, and there's so many different viewpoints, and there's so many observations, and it becomes chaos is what
Yeah.
happens. And that's what we're noticing right now is people are trying to come to terms with everything that's going on from their own perspective and their own little groupings that they've come to on any particular topic, and they may then disagree with each other about some of those topics, and the next thing you know, you just end up with what we got right now.
Yeah.
So
I try to do research myself. You know, like going out and talking to squirrels. There are people that are bad actors that are gonna sit here and spread lies or edit videos in a certain light that make people look bad, or are gonna make comments in chats that aren't true, but for whatever reason. If I believed everything that I've been told, I would believe Polish Agnes was a Polish spy out here to take over the world. And I mean, literally,
yes,
I mean, but I'm serious. There are people that are constantly, I'm getting clips and videos about Taco Joe, and I'm getting videos and clips about, all these other people that I've had interactions with that are constantly sitting here and trying to break apart any relationship that I have with these people, because that's what they want. That's what they want to see. They want to see the world burn, and if you don't realize that what you're watching on TV or on YouTube, is being manipulated by bad actors, and that not everything that you hear about somebody is the truth, and not actually go out and do the investigation yourself, then you're deceiving yourself. That's what it is. You can't sit here and take anybody, take any little video clip and say, oh well, that's because you don't know the context. I mean, everybody told me that Joe's show was crap. People told me that Tommy Tupper was crap. There was a lot of these other places that people told me that BTM was crap. I put in the work. Me and Doe, I don't agree with Doe, so I don't participate in his chats anymore. I don't talk to Doe. I mean, if he comes in on somebody's chat and says hi, I mean, he's not banned from this channel. If Doe came in and said hi, I would say hi, Doe, but I don't participate in his streams anymore. I don't talk. I don't talk to him anymore. It is what it is. But I put in the work. Do I feel that BTM, that all of their viewers are the best people in the world? No. I believe that there are some people that may not be as far left as others, that may be a source of people that I can talk to, that maybe I could find some common ground issues to work with. So I do find some value in talking to BTM. Does that mean I condone any actions that the radical people that go into BTM have done? Oreo accused me of associating with people that were wishing bad things on Tracy and Bryant. I was not aware of that. I'm neither confirming nor denying, because I never even heard of that until Oreo was spewing it. Oreo never sat here and bothered to come and pull me aside and say, hey, by the way, Eric, did you know that they were doing this over at BTM? I wasn't aware of it, so I can't say that that's true or not. That could be a lie that Oreo is sitting here and just saying. I don't know. I've never seen any proof of that, but whatever the case, but again, I wasn't there to talk to those people. And just because I happen to be having conversations doesn't mean I condone the actions of those people. You know what I'm saying? Unfortunately, I don't know any other place at this point in time where I can reach out and talk to people on the left and try to find a common goal issue that we can work on, But if you guys have also noticed, I haven't really been in BTM, lately. I may start going back and seeing what they're up to, because I didn't really agree with what they were doing to 1776. Even though I didn't join 1776, I didn't agree with the attacks that they were making on 1776. Does that make sense? So I wasn't part of it. And I also really wasn't talking to Telescope, for that same reason, because I didn't really agree with their actions and to the level of action they were taking. So you may see Telescope pop in and say hi, but you really haven't seen me. Nobody can pull up video of me, in any recent time being in a BTM chat or really having a conversation with Telescope, because I didn't agree with their actions. So I disassociated myself with them for the time being. At some point I may go back and talk to them again. It is what it is. But for right now, I'm not talking to them.
What are your thoughts, Agnes?
Can I speak?
Sure. Sorry.
Thank you, because my phone was throwing me out. It was either Eric kicked me out or the phone kicked me out.
Oh, yeah. No. You're not welcome here. Go away. Go ahead. Go away. I'm kidding.
So
you're
you
that
know what,
Polish spy
guys?
trying to take over America.
Listen, I'm in New Jersey. I don't gotta pump my own gas. How cool is that? Oh my God, I love it. Well, anyways,
You don't have to pump your own gas.
I don't have to pump my own gas. I just get in the car and be like, full tank, please. And I'm literally running. I'm like 50 miles. But what I was gonna say is, since when we have any kind of a right to tell anybody who they can hang out and who they can't hang out with, who they can talk to, who they can't talk to? Since when that right kind of moved in our lives, I want to know, because I would never tell Eric, hey, listen, don't go hang out with these people or don't talk to them because this and that and the other thing. I think if we want to kind of stop this whole division thing, we need to stop on really trying to badmouth everybody that, is doing something that we don't agree with. And sometimes we don't even have freaking facts on what people are trying to accomplish. I do talk to everybody. Should I be freaking punished for that? I don't get it. The communication has to be there. There's got to be communication. Always. And all these people that, that are considered the bad people and all this, you have to communicate with those as well. Because we have to kind of find some kind of a middle ground in all of this, That's my outcome on this whole situation. Let's just not act like government, Like government tells us all the time what we should not, And I just choose never. Oh my God, these people here are freaking crazy, these trucks. And I just, I don't understand how am I able, for example, to say, oh, you're not supposed to go into the BTM because they're bad people, But I'm just going to judge you on the fact that you went there and just not the fact who you really are. Obviously, I know who you are, right? Like, how stupid is that? Is he going to come here or what?
Hey,
Sorry
Eric.
not to like this.
Eric, can I do a little test? I just noticed on my little thing here that I actually have a volume control. Tell me if I get too loud or if it's just right. I'm going to increase the volume right now, and you can tell me if it's going way too up. All right, so I'm at maximum volume. Did that increase the sound?
No.
Okay, now I'm going to go to minimum volume. Can you hear me at all?
Yep.
I'm back. I can hear you
Okay,
now.
so yeah, I think what's happening is what I'm doing when I increase this volume is I'm increasing what I can hear, or is this increasing what you are hearing?
Well, if you're in StreamYard, you'd.
No,
I don't know.
this is my setup with my headsets, and because people have been telling me that I'm really loud, and I was
Yeah.
wondering if this is increasing or decreasing the volume in which I am transmitting, or if this is
No.
decreasing or increasing what I hear. And from what
You
I
can
can tell, it's what I hear, not
the
necessarily.
same.
You can go into the web browser for StreamYard, and you can go under settings, audio,
Mm-hmm.
and there's a
Yeah,
mic slider. You can
yeah.
turn your mic gain down. You take it off of automatic, and you can slide it down. And you
Okay,
can try like 40% or
because
whatever.
my sound
Yeah.
is coming over a little bit too robust, correct?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Because you've got a microphone really close to your mouth. And
Right. So
good audio setup.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
go and see if I can't figure out how to, tune
Yeah.
it down just a little bit. I don't think it's real bad, but I know that it's louder than everybody else.
Yeah.
So
So settings, audio on in the actual StreamYard. Setting, audio, microphone, turn off automatic gain control, and just set it. Try it at like 50%, and then worst case scenario, we can just say, you know, more or less, and once you figure it out, then anytime you get on StreamYard, then just use that setting, I guess. Because that's usually all we have you on is on StreamYard on panels. So.
right.
You'll know what the setting is. That's probably the easiest way for you.
Oh, I see it. How's
Yeah.
that?
Well, you got to click it first, and then you say, how's that afterwards a little bit more. How's that's just too short.
Okay. How about now? Is this any
That's
better?
better.
Okay,
Polish,
Yeah.
we'll leave it
say
right
hi to
there
me
then.
so I can get some differencing in audio so I can see how loud he is to you.
Okay, I'm speaking. How about Polish Agnes has her sound off.
Oh, she's got her
I
sound on.
can hear you. I just
Good.
Now you're a little quieter than Polish, but that's fine.
So I can turn it up just a tad, and then we
No,
might
you're-
all be on the
no,
same
you're good.
page.
I can hear you
You're
pretty
about
well.
the same. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
about the same. I think
Sounds
you're
good.
good right where you're at.
Okay, cool.
I think you're a good rate at where you're at. You're not really blowing anybody's eardrums out. Now, I missed the whole conversation Polish was just having before you popped on, Ed, because I was in a buffering zone, so I didn't hear it. So, what were you saying there, Polish, or you just don't want to bring it back up?
Oh no, I said like since when do we have any right to tell anybody who we should hang out and who we should not, and who should we talk and who we should not?
Well, unfortunately that's the echo chamber. That's the problem that we have with left and right is that we get into these echo chambers where that's what we tell. That's what we tell them. Oh well, you don't want to listen to anybody that's talking anything about the left.
Mhm.
Just watch this. Just watch Hannity. Just watch Carl Tucker. You don't want to watch NBC, ABC, CBS. Because everything they say is lies. I mean, that's unfortunately that's what it is. If you're on the left, you don't want to listen. You don't want to watch Hannity. You don't want to watch Tucker. You don't want to watch Fox. You don't want to watch One Nation. Whatever, and vice versa. And that's part of the problem is that both sides want you to be in their bubble. They don't want people to have an open mind. They just want to. They want to listen. They want to listen to like-minded thoughts and ideas, and
Thank you. This is for you.
and that's just what it is. Now, I mean, I will admit there are people that I have no interest in listening to. I mean, I had an interaction with somebody by the name of Lola, You know, and that was the most unproductive conversation I've ever had, because all she did was overpower the conversation and, you know, wouldn't listen to anything. You couldn't have a conversation with her because her whole intent was just to sit here and shove her opinion down the pipeline. It was not even a conversation. She interrupted everything anytime anybody else tried to talk on the panel. She literally just came in to sit here and, you know, force
Yeah, I've
down the left.
Listen to this
you know.
panel, yeah.
You know, so I mean, and you know, but otherwise, I mean, every other panel I've been on with, you know, people on the left, I thought was productive. I thought, you know, there were things that we could agree and disagree about, you know, and that's just the way it was, you know. So I don't know. You know, I think people just need to start being a little bit more open-minded, not be so willing to sit here and just, you know, cut people out of your life, and accept that there are going to be people that don't have views that you agree
got
with.
a guest.
I've got a guest.
Yeah,
I've
you
got a
wanna look at
guest. Pat Gamer. I don't know who Pat Gamer is. Hopefully he knows the rules. He doesn't have a camera on. But really young. Hello.
Hi.
Why do I think that's just? Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, she showed you something in the camera. All right, what's up, Pat Gamer? All right, he's gone.
Yeah, I don't know what.
He was just
It
playing
looked like
games.
SpongeBob or something. I don't know. I don't know. They didn't want to
Something
talk,
pink.
so.
Yeah. All right, he's
I
gone.
don't know. Yeah. Whatever. It is what it is. So. Yeah. I don't usually ever have that.
Some
Well,
people.
listen, I have put in my chat to direct everybody here, so maybe that's why.
Yeah, well, some
I'm
people
I'm
just
getting
want to
your
goof
people.
around.
Yeah, you're getting
I'm
my
getting-
people.
I'm getting
You
your
have my
troublemakers.
people. You
Yeah.
have my
Yeah.
people anyways, but they all were waiting for. I had like 10 people waiting.
Yeah,
And
now,
at my panel, and it
Yeah.
says to go to Eric.
yeah, now you know, Eric, what
gotcha.
kind of people come on her channel.
I gotcha. All right, so Ed, seeing how you're not the one driving, you know, is there anything that you're seeing interesting in chat? I'm gonna task you with the chat monitor, you know, because unfortunately, you know, me and Polish are both driving, and it's a little harder for us to follow chat. I like to try to engage with my chat, unlike
Yeah.
Polish Agnes, who likes to just ignore them, you know. So I mean, but unfortunately, I'm driving, so it's a little harder for me to do it. So,
Well,
I'm
you
gonna
know
ask-
that-
I may actually make you. I may make you a moderator, Ed, if you actually help me.
Well, you see, my reading skills suck, so bear with me. Okay.
Yeah, I know you got a little dyslexia there. I know
Yeah.
you got a little dyslexia. There's a couple times I've asked you to read stuff to me.
Right.
and It's come out like backwards.
Yeah, something like
But
that.
that's okay.
Okay, CJ Cozy, Agnes, I am here. CJ Cozy was waiting. Ha. Patrick Star, the gamer, Pat Bot, Red Squirrel, Pat. She's trying to pull her own job that Eric doesn't agree with because I didn't say anything wrong, but again, just another fool. Whatever that means, don't know. Oops, just jumped right by with a whole bunch of kisses by Eric's Canadian nemesis. In other words, Brett is screwing with me. So now I have to scroll down and try to figure out where the heck I was. Okay, so
have a guest.
Peg, not Margaret 58. Agnes is too nice. Troublemakers
it's
like
that
to
Pat
show
Gamer
up
guy again.
and cause
He
trouble
doesn't have his camera on, so yeah, I'm not gonna play that game twice.
with the nice people's chats.
Yeah, have him put something in the chat, Pat Gamer. Put something in the chat so we know you're legit.
Mike Oxlong at Carl, I'm chilling. Kimberly put 3 kisses in the chat for Polish
Hi, Kimberly.
Agnes. Okay, so that's
Oh,
why
thank
Brett
you.
did what he did.
Uh-huh.
He just overdid it. He just overdid it.
No,
Tennessee won six.
Brett's in love with Polish ever since he saw her feet.
Yeah.
You know, he likes her feet. That's it. He
Yeah.
wants freedom babies with Polish
Yeah.
Agnes.
Yeah.
Okay, so
He even has asked me. There's a pot gamer again. So for some reason they're trying to get in here. I don't know.
okay, Tennessee 116. Well, all I have to say is people are more divided, and when streams tell their chats that this movement need to have better people, how is this united people? I don't get it, but maybe
No,
you get
I get
you get it. Okay.
They're sitting here saying, you know, yeah, they were sitting here saying, you know, here we're sitting here, we're talking about, you know, how we needed better people, and you know, I get it. You know,
Mike Oxlong at Peg, boohoo. Fred Ustinov, 2 kisses. Super Salty, Agnes, bunch of hearts. And then, of course, we got Eric's Canadian nemesis.
yeah, we got Carl in here.
Yeah, I gave 1,000 kisses, basically. Okay, now I just shot by everything. You know how that happens. Okay, so Mike Oxlong gives a whole bunch of purple cucumbers, I think is what they are.
You know, in all actuality, hey Carl, I see you're in my chat. I wouldn't mind having you come up on panel. I mean, you're out here making these videos. I'd like to hear your opinion. I don't care if you you know, if you don't want to be on camera. I don't require anybody really to be on camera.
Pat has camera on right now. Look at you in your studio.
Red Squirrel. Yeah, Red Squirrel says, "Hail Putin."
If you want to let him in or not.
I don't know what the hell that is. Yeah. I'd actually rather you just leave your camera off, Pat. You know, honestly, I'll let him in if he just leaves his camera off. I wish I could block the camera. I'd let him in just to talk. I don't know. You know. Or actually, I can solve this problem. Here, give me a second. We'll just do this.
Oh,
okay.
Good.
There we go. Come on,
Pat. Oh, you just undid it.
Hi, Pat.
Oh, hi there, guys. Hi. Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Something was wrong with my internet.
All right, there's Pat.
Anyway,
hi, Pat.
Hold on. I have a question for all of you. Hi.
Sure.
I got a question. SpongeBob keeps on sending me dead him and Sandy in the picture. What should I do about it?
Yeah, we're really not talking about SpongeBob and all that stuff. That's not really our really our conversation there. Yeah, so yeah, we were kind of talking about
I'm looking for
TPC and stuff like that.
Oh, I went there before. I don't know. I'm looking for the Krusty Krab stream. Have you seen any?
No, I haven't. But yeah, obviously that's not the conversation that we're kind of talking about. So, I appreciate you coming on. But, next time you want to be on the conversation about the topic that we're on, then be more than welcome to come on back. All right, so we got another person that wants to come on stream. One American, no party. Hey, One American, no party. How you doing today?
Hey.
What's going on?
How you doing?
Hey.
I just saw you guys on. I figured I'd say hi to you guys.
Well,
kind of bored sitting around waiting for us to go in.
Yeah, I hear you. So, what do you want to talk about?
I don't know. I seen you guys traveling in there. I think you guys are all gonna be in DC. And
Are Are you coming?
Wanted to say hi to you guys. I've been trying to get a hold of Polish Agnes to see if I can get her on my panel someday. But
I've heard. My moderator told me, and she said she was gonna send, I think, my email to Jalen, something like that.
yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I can put my email in the chat right now, so you can just get it this way, and just send it to me. We'll switch the phone numbers or something, you know.
Yeah, we can do that. When do you guys plan on being there?
I should be arriving at 8:17, roughly, plus a fuel stop. So probably 8:30, 9 o'clock.
Okay, so you'll be a little early then.
Well, yeah, they're staging today. Today is the staging.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually on site where we're staging at. So.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, I was thinking to go there to the staging place, but unfortunately, I won't make it because of work. But definitely we'll be in the DC tomorrow.
Yeah, it's gonna be like, we're probably not gonna leave here till probably 11 o'clock tonight or so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's what the itinerary had said. You know, how far away are you guys from DC where you're staging?
I think it's about an hour without traffic.
Yeah, it's Virginia.
All right. Well, yeah, but they were leaving at 11 o'clock, and I just, for some reason, it looked like they were arriving at noon, and I was like, it didn't seem right in the itinerary. You know,
No,
maybe
11
it was a typo.
at night.
Yeah, maybe it was supposed to be. Yeah, they were leaving at 11 p.m. at night.
Yeah.
But then the itinerary said they were showing up at 12 p.m., which would be the next day would be noon.
Should be 12 a.m. then.
It should have been 12 a.m.
So they had a little
That's
typo.
what didn't make sense to me. You know, unless I read it wrong.
It's a 12-hour. It's a 13-hour ride from here to there.
Yeah, that's what I'm sitting here going. I'm like, wow. I didn't bother because I knew I wasn't going. I was like, I didn't bother sitting here and GPSing it, but I'm like, oh my God, are they going to be like slow rolling 5 miles an hour on the freeway?
What's going on here?
Well,
Is there
if
some kind of a plan?
I'm gonna be. You're not gonna be able to see much because it's gonna be dark, but I'm gonna be streaming going in, so you guys can kind of keep track of where we're at if you want.
Awesome! I love that.
Sure, that's
So-
cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
Well, I will have to. Hey, can one of my moderators, being Ed or whoever, I don't know who's all moderating. I haven't been watching the chat. Can somebody throw up his link for me?
Yeah, sure.
I'm asking him to throw up a link for your channel for me. Because I need to click it myself. I honestly,
You're not subscribed.
I'm not subscribed to you.
Oh my goodness! You know he's
I
the
don't
guy
know who
with
he
the
is.
yellow truck.
He's the guy with which yellow truck?
That it says, oh my God!
Got all
what
the
is this
propaganda
thing?
on it.
Yeah, it says something. my oh my God! Now I can't remember what it says. It's bright yellow.
It's got on the one side. It's got the My Body, My Choice. The other, it's got the flag on top that says "When tyranny becomes law, rebellion becomes duty." The hood on the left side says
you're gonna know when you see it.
"Stop the tyranny." The hood on the right side says "Media's the virus." The bunk on the right side says "Freedom for Canada." Then there's another flag on top of that.
Okay. Well, that'll be.
I call it my billboard.
Well, that'll be cool.
Yeah.
Well, I'll make sure to stop and say hi. I'll probably, seeing how Polish will be there, I'll probably stop by and say hi to her. So who knows? Maybe we'll be streaming the same thing. But yeah, I'll come over and say hi.
Yeah,
We'll be
should be pretty
streaming the
interesting.
same thing.
I was talking to the guy that got me involved in this one here. And I was like, I'm kind of a newbie to this group. They've been doing it for several years, so I don't know exactly what the itinerary is. And it's like my main purpose is to kind of be involved in a trucker thing, but also covering what it does too.
Yeah.
And because he saw all the stuff. It's supposed to be trucking thing. He saw all the stuff on my truck, and he's like, "Oh, I know who you are now."
Yeah.
And he's like, that's all fine. He says, just try to not talk about some of those topics that are on there, but your truck is your message. I'm like, exactly.
Yes, I agree with that. Totally. No, I love your truck.
Cool.
I loved all the messages and all the writings that you had. I love that. The fact that it's so bright, it definitely brings an attention.
Yeah, it stands out.
Oh, yeah, totally.
And I got minions on my truck, so kids are
Yeah.
gonna like the truck. you know?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I subscribe to you, One America, so now I can figure out who you are and what your content is and stuff. I actually,
I'm a bit of.
I'm not. I haven't been subscribed to a lot of people.
You're slacking, Eric.
I'm self-absorbed. I only care about myself and my own stream, and that's gonna get clipped.
I
So I'll
I
be the next
agree
thing
with
that
you
comes out.
wholeheartedly on that one.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Self-absorbed. I like that.
Hey,
I'm
one-
not
one-
subscribed to a whole lot of them either, just because of the fact that the YouTube notifications don't work. But I need to start doing a better job of it. But I generally do more subscribing and following on Rumble because that's kind of my shtick. Is
Yeah.
Rumble.
Well, and unfortunately, there's just so many hours in the day. I mean,
Yeah.
how much can you actually? And you're doing stuff, and you're living life. You can only digest so much information, and if
Okay,
you're
One
following,
America.
My
there's
service
just gonna
going
be
out,
stuff
or is
that
that
falls
his?
through the cracks. But
Yeah. While he's going in and out, I got a question for you. I just bought those Minion movies. Are they pretty good?
They are. The last one I was not happy about.
Guru?
It wasn't as riveting as the other ones.
Okay.
Because like the last one goes back in time, but there's already one that goes back in time to the beginning of the Minions.
Mm.
So it kind of conflicts with some details between the one and the other. So I think it was just kind of a miss to me on that latest one.
So aren't the Minions a spinoff from the other one where there was this evil guy? Or was that
You
the way
talking
it's
about Despicable Me?
Yeah, yeah. Is that the
Yeah, there's like two or three Despicable Me movies, and then there's one or two Minion movies. I think it's two. Can't remember. Well, now a
Yeah,
third one, I think. I don't
right.
remember if it's one or two Minion movies.
So I'm actually
Um,
going to have to get the Despicable Me's in order to put everything in context.
Yep, and those are the good ones. And I do like the one Minion movie, the first one I think it was, because they're just hilarious. Like it's just,
Yeah. Yes, something to get
their
away
entire lifestyle, is surrounded by serving the most evil master of all.
from.
So
Yeah.
if they don't have an evil master to serve, they cease to exist. So they
Yeah.
follow anything that's evil.
Yeah, so this is a good escape from all of this other stuff, where you can just kick back and go off into some other zone of reality and enjoy yourself and that kind of stuff. So that's why I like to watch movies, is so I can kind of get away from everything else.
Yeah, and who doesn't love Minions? I mean, come on, it's like it's a.
I think
Yeah.
Hector
You have
has
a
something to say
guess?
about Minions.
No.
Eric, you have a guest.
I see that. Who do we have?
Okay.
I don't have a name. I've lost names. All right.
I think it's
We're-
Squirrel.
We're gonna roll the dice. Let's see. Oh yeah, it is. Once I click on it, it gives me a name. There, squirrels are back. All red squirrel. So I will tell you that I really wish I could fly the drone. I saw the photography they
can.
did at night, but yeah, in DC you can't. It's such a damn shame, because that would be so beautiful to be able to catch a really good
Yeah.
picture from higher up, looking down, on the trucks. That'd be so cool. But yeah, unfortunately, DC is a no-fly zone.
So my question to Red Squirrel is, what is more tasty, the red squirrel, the black squirrel, or the brown squirrel?
Oh,
The pink squirrel.
the pink
Pink
squirrel.
squirrel.
Pink. I've never seen a pink squirrel.
Oh,
I'm talking about the ones you shoot, and then you skin them, and then you eat them.
yeah, the pink ones.
Never seen a
That's
pink
once
one.
you pull it. That's once you pull the skin off. They're all pink.
What were the options?
Red, black, and brown.
I'll give you an answer to that.
Okay.
Dead squirrels. Dead
Well,
squirrels.
there you go. Yeah, they're kind of tough to eat when they're not dead.
I get firm grip.
Hey, but you definitely lose a lot more calories trying to catch your food than you get from eating your food.
I think there might be a lot of blood loss too.
Oh,
You might have somebody. You might have them fighting back on you. You never know.
Yeah.
Well, they might be trying to eat you.
Yeah,
I don't know.
they might be successful too.
I don't know. Depends how
You
big it
never
is.
know with us.
Oh, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. So, yeah, no, I'm actually kind of excited to do something that's not overly political, just kind of go out and go to DC. And I'm kind of just glad that I was still in the area and I've heard about it. I'm like, it's only, 6-hour drive roughly. And, hell, it's something to do,
Yeah, meet some new people, and
I'm surprised you never
adventure.
actually heard of it, and then you never came. That's I think the 5th time that they're meeting in a DC.
Yeah, see, I didn't never hear about it until I joined People's Convoys. One of the first people that I met was Fred, and I seen when he started talking about what they did, and I remember hearing there was a group in DC. Was it 2020? I think it was 2020 when they were there. When Trump was giving a speech, I heard them honking in the background, and I felt kind of left out because I always try to kind of keep track of when something like that goes down. I just haven't been in the right groups apparently, and I kind of felt left out. I'm like, dude, I need to like track you guys down and figure out when you guys are doing something next because I want to. No matter what the message is. Well, no matter what the message is, it's something you can get behind. Standing up to your government or just peacefully protesting or loudly.
Yeah.
So is this event supposed to have some kind of an agenda? Because I read that it doesn't have any agenda or any message or anything like this. They're just showing off their trucks.
No, it's not really an agenda. The best way to describe it is like actually in their website, but for me, in layman's terms, just basically like a place where trucks can have a presence in DC, and it might it might get people to come up start asking questions. Why are you here? Well, me personally, I'm here because of A, B, and C. You might go to the next guy and be like, why are you here? Me personally, A, B, and C. And I guarantee every one of those answers is going to be able to be put down to one simple answer, which is overregulation. So that's kind of like, he's like, the way Fred explains is, if you have a couple guys that gather together, have a certain little thing you guys are protesting, and these other guys over here, the main intention of it is to try to get truckers to work with each other, because if you've ever been in the trucking industry, we're always at each other's throats. We're always fighting each other. We can't agree on nothing. Everybody's cussing each other out. You never, like Brian Brazzi said the best one day, he said, truckers can't even agree on the same cup of coffee. And it's true.
Yeah.
And if we can get back to that, this, one of those events where some people are like, oh, it's just a classic truck show, I'm not going. Okay. So why do you go to Matt's?
Can I say something on that?
I'm going potty.
Yeah, I got a quick question for you. I heard somewhere, and that's why I need a validation on this, because when you hear it somewhere, it doesn't mean it's true. And that is, did they, as far as being able to pull into DC, is it a little stricter now? Do they have any type of additional regulations, or is it just the same as usual? You pull in and do the same thing you always do.
From what I'm hearing, they're a little bit more walking on eggshells because of what happened in the past 2 years. Not specifically with 76 or TPC, but also like J6. Everything's a little bit more, like he said, they used to be able to sneak a couple trucks in that weren't registered and they wouldn't care. Now he's like, we got to have our ducks in a row because, they're just a little bit more strict. They kind of, I don't know what we tighten up security, or
they want
basically the way to say there's more presence there.
So
they want to know exactly who's going to be there and why. And
so it's not overbearing. It's just kind of, to just tighten down the ship a little bit then, right?
Right. Yeah, pretty much. So we just gotta be a little bit more careful because they, especially with J6, everybody's alarm bells are up.
Hey, One American, are you
Yeah.
Penske?
Yeah, I'm known as Let's Go Penske. But I prefer not to be called that because I found some stuff out about that story that,
Okay.
yeah, it pissed me off because the
All
dude lied to me. So
All right.
I took it off actually.
So what's your first name again?
Vern.
Vern.
Yeah,
I'm sitting
Vern.
here. I'm going. I mean, you got to remember, you're a picture about one, maybe an inch wide by a no. And I'm sitting here going, God, this guy sounds so familiar. He's talking about minions, and he's sitting here
Yeah.
and he's driving a yellow truck, and I'm going, God, I swear, I know who the hell this is. And he was in the TV.
I'm surprised.
I'm like, I wonder if that's who that is. Because I'm trying to figure out who the fuck you are this whole time. Because you don't look the
I'm
same.
surprised all this fits into that 1 inch square. To be completely honest.
Yeah, I'm sitting here and I'm just trying to figure out who exactly you are. You got a hat on, you look like you got a little bit more facial hair than what I remember you with, and I'm just sitting here going, who the hell is this? Oh,
I'm wondering, am I the only one that shaves?
Most of the time.
I think so, Ed. I think so, Ed. And that's just because you're old.
Yeah, old, and I'm a white collar worker. So
Yeah.
So, I got a question, if it's cool.
I'm buffering, so.
Go ahead, Red.
I don't understand why it's okay for truckers to have difference of opinions, but not patriots.
I don't think anybody's
Say that
ever
again.
said that.
I didn't hear
Say
what
that
he
again.
said because I buffered.
Okay, so I see that the biggest problem with everything going on right now is why we did what we did, right? And everyone tries to call us that we're not patriots, but it's okay for truckers to have a different kind of opinion, but not patriots. And I'm not trying to start shit. I'm actually trying to start. It's an actual legitimate question. Why can't patriots have a different of opinion, but it's okay for truckers too?
I don't get where you're coming from there, Red.
I don't get it.
Because we were talking about this trucker thing. I don't get the correlation. Because we haven't been watching the chat. So if you're talking about something in the chat, we're not on that topic. So I don't know where we're coming
This one's actually to Vern.
Oh, you're asking this specifically to Vern, but I still don't get it.
I'm sorry, but every time you start talking, you start going in and out. So I'm like getting parts of it.
It's also
just me.
There's a stream of consciousness that is not. It's not making the connection, and it's an open-ended question, almost like you would do if you wanted to trap somebody into saying
No,
something.
I'm not trying to trap. No. I would never try to trap anyone. I'm not about that, right? I'm about everyone having their free opinion and everyone expressing their own views. But I just don't understand why everyone tries to say that we're not patriots because we're not agreeing with them. But everyone always gets behind the truckers because it seems like, look at Vern. Look, he's got his hat on. He's got his American flag in the back. He's 100% patriot just because he's a trucker. What happens if that trucker has a different of opinion of a different person, but he takes all that shit off and he's not a truck driver anymore? What makes him?
I'll actually correct you on that. I'll actually correct you on that. I'm not a patriot because I'm a trucker. I'm a patriot because of what I believe.
Okay, so then what's the difference between me and you?
What the difference is between me and you is I didn't go out there try to destroy 1776 for a stupid reason.
What was your stupid reason?
The stupid reason
I'm
was
back.
because over a man that wasn't even there. Had nothing to do with
No. See? That was
Okay, hey, keep it calm. Everybody gets a chance to talk.
no, that's not why we went there.
We're not going here. We're not going to have this fight, You know, we're not going to sit here and we're going to be calm and we're going
I
to
mean,
be
I
chill
don't,
and we're going to be constructive.
I don't have problems answering his questions, but I also I'll try to keep it respectful, but I also do know
Yeah.
they reached out to me and wanted to do a live with me to get their point of perspective out, and I offered it to them, and
This
I
is
quit chasing
confusing.
after them. So I just told them I don't.
Whoa, Vern. What did I say? I didn't want it live. Okay,
No,
see, if
actually,
you
I
want to
talked
have,
to.
you want to
I
talk,
talked to. I think
you
I
want to
when I
talk, I
texted
will
you
talk to you
guys.
privately.
When I texted you guys said it might not be a bad idea based on what my I'll have to go back and look based on what my statement was. But I said I'd do it either way. But I'm not gonna keep chasing after it.
Actually, you only said you do it. You would record it and then you would put it out live afterwards. I'm okay with that. Which is cool. Which is,
Right.
you know,
You guys
that's
have
fine.
mentioned
That's
that
your
I could do
opinion.
that.
Hey, that's fine.
I'm cool with that.
Okay, but I'm all about having an actual conversation with someone. You know what I
Can
mean?
we
More than just having it on live stream, because everything doesn't have to be live.
talk about minions again?
Yeah, let's talk
Yeah.
about me.
Great question. Great question.
Oh my goodness.
I think Eric's kind of swirling there.
Oh my goodness. He's buffering.
Twilight
Yeah,
Zone.
he's going through the mountain. Give him a minute.
Yeah.
I
Well,
know where he is.
he's got all that equipment. He's not supposed to buffer.
He's
Oh
going
no,
through.
he's going through the hardcore mountain. You got to give him a minute.
That's hyperspace. He's going through hyperspace.
And he's probably wondering, like, oh shit, what the hell's going on in there?
And he has no control.
Probably
He has no
fighting.
control. Oh no.
Oh
and
gosh,
actually
I can
now-
do whatever I want.
And actually, now he's gonna appreciate me more because I'm here.
Yeah, and Agnes
I
can
have
take care of this.
administrator.
Yep.
Can I make a comment that Super Salty left based on that?
Yeah.
I'd like to bring something up. So they said that if you think Trump is the same as Hitler, you're probably not a patriot. I'm not going to say yes or no to that because I'm not going to get into this whole argument about Hitler, who's Hitler and who's not Hitler. All I'm going to say is I stumbled onto this documentary that everybody should watch. It's called the Rise and Fall of the Third Reich, and it explains how everything started from the beginning with the age of Hitler and the era of Hitler. Just watch it. Don't try to not have opinions on which side this and which side that. Is Trump a Hitler? Is he not Hitler? Just watch it and then decide what you think is actually the case. What shocked me the most was the
if you think
propaganda that
any
was
of them are
spread.
Hitler, you need to get a load of me.
I watched it.
Why
It
is
is
it
very
whenever,
good. It's very
why
good.
is it whenever this fighting happens, it's always when I start to buffer or do something and I can't do anything about it?
It actually wasn't a fight.
Oh, I don't know.
No,
I have no idea.
I
This is
told
funny.
you he's gonna wonder.
You guys are sitting here arguing. Yeah. Well, now I'm in AT&T zone and I was on Verizon, so now I'm on AT&T.
No, everything's cool.
We're good.
Yeah, Hector, your sound is so low and muted that you don't kind of come through when you speak. So if we're speaking over you, it isn't because we're disrespecting you. It's just that we can't
It's
actually
okay.
hear you saying anything. Sorry about that, man.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's get you guys. There we go. So now we got a camera here. I'm gonna get off on this exit so I can sit here and set stuff up. Because now I'm in AT&T world. When I first started the stream, I was in Verizon world.
That's a whole entire world.
Yes, I told you there are certain areas that AT&T works and Verizon sucks, and vice versa.
I told you he was in hyperspace.
And the East Coast is not Verizon friendly. That's
Welcome to the rice fields, motherfucker.
Yeah. East Coast is not Verizon friendly. So I will sit here and fix my stream now that I'm on AT&T, which proves my point. It's good to have two different services, which somebody didn't agree with. And I will get this back under control.
I wonder who that was.
I have no idea. You know, because I've got no Verizon right now. I'd be
Can't
completely
remember,
down.
huh?
I'd be completely down if I didn't have this AT&T phone. Unfortunately, it's not the greatest because it's pay as you go. But you know, hey. All right. So what? So how did the conversation between Vern
We
and
switched
Red
to
Squirrel?
minions.
You switched to minions. Minions! Yay! Go
Yeah.
minions! You know. Oh boy. Okay, so I'm back. Hi.
Hi.
What was that about the minions? They follow the evil? Is that what you were saying?
We gotta transfer some of our stuff to the breast cancer truck because it's going to be our center display up there.
Okay.
So he's carrying our stuff in. He'll be the only one with the trailer.
Okay.
We have to take the stuff out of the stainless trailer over there, my trailer, and put it in the other one.
Need some help?
In a minute. You'll see me walking that way with a crowd.
Okay.
And just jump in.
All right, we'll do. I'll do it. If nothing else, I'll at least boss.
That's good.
Who was that? I know that voice.
That's Fred.
Yeah, he's working.
Remember the guy that had the cab over with the Uncle Sam in the back without the with the Uncle Sam mannequin without the head?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
I may
yeah.
have him on. Is he on Facebook? I think I have him on Facebook.
I'm guessing. I don't have Facebook, so what's funny is I came in here and there's a lady here. She's like, I know who you are, but I don't know your name because I've seen you all over Facebook. I'm like, that's funny because I don't even have Facebook. I don't.
Yeah.
I got tired of being put in jail, so I left Facebook as 2020 rolled out.
I just hang out there for the information because they like to put all the stuff on Facebook and then you can't find it anywhere else, which is stupid, you know? They all have their little groups that, you know, they go in there and they like talk about everything on Facebook. And if I wasn't on Facebook, I wouldn't even find this event, so.
I got a question. Could you guys see my camera right now?
Nope.
No.
Okay. I was just kind of curious.
You look like you became a person of color.
Well, I was curious.
Oh,
Because
geez, man.
Unfortunately, when I stream with Prism, I lose all audio, so I can't talk to you guys. So when I want to check out this little app I have running in the background, I can't see it, you know? So it's kind of cool because I can hear you guys and I can watch the usage stuff. Unfortunately, I can't. You guys can't see my camera. I was just kind of curious if you guys still could. That's all. No big deal.
No, we can't, but we can hear you, which is good.
Yeah, which is a cool thing. So if I ever want to watch statistics, I can.
Eric, it looks kind of like this.
Oh, I can't see. I can't see the screen right now.
Oh, you can't see the screen.
No, I can't see the screen right now.
I'm passing overpasses with Floggies right now. That's cool.
Yeah, I'm
Every
actually
single
watching.
one of
Let's see. Let me go live real quick. Turn the volume down. Go live. Yeah, I'm in a really shitty Verizon spot. So yeah, I can't even watch the stream because all my other phones are Verizon.
Wow.
I told you it's important to have, you know, AT&T and Verizon.
Okay,
depending
you're
where
such a professional streamer. I understand. You know.
Yeah, all you
going
people
to
with
stream.
all you people with your multiple phones, your multiple tripods, your multiple laptops, your multiple battery pack. I got one phone, I got one laptop that I just bought like 2 weeks ago, and I got one like gimbal and one battery.
Yeah.
I'm poor.
I have a phone and a dog.
I have a phone and dog. You know, I figure if I'm going to go to these events and I'm going to go to these rallies, you guys have kind of figured it out. I try to do if I'm going to try to do something, I'm going to try to put my best effort into it. That's just all it is, you know. And I've run into situations where, you know, I'll go to events. Polish Agnes just experienced it herself, where, you know, she went to an event, she couldn't stream. She didn't have the right service. So, you know, if that means 2 phone plans so that I can go to an event and actually be able to stream, you know, then, you know, that's the case. Like right now, I'm now on the East Coast. I know Verizon sucks ass on the East Coast. But now I've got this little thing where I've got AT&T and Verizon sharing the internet connection. There's a good chance I'm not going to be buffering anymore because I've got this double cell phone connection thing going, using two different internet providers. So we'll see what happens. But
So what
I
you're
probably
saying
am
is
not
you're
going to buffer
actually
anymore.
you're actually a multiple input kind of guy.
Yes, I've got two. I got
He's
two.
got three phones.
No, multiple output. I'm actually outputting on two phones. I like to put out on two separate lines. How's that sound?
You're putting it
I
out
like
everywhere.
to put out. I like to put it out everywhere. I like to spread it out. Spread it out multiple lines. All right, I'm gonna run inside the gas station real quick, grab a soda, let you guys talk amongst yourselves, and I'll be back.
So
in
we
a
can
couple of
talk smack
seconds.
about you now.
Sure, you can talk smack, and I won't know anything about it. So, all right.
Not unless
see
you
in a
watch
sec.
the live later.
Yeah. All right.
Mute, maybe. I don't know.
I actually got
So-
some bigger flags for my truck this time.
Bigger
I have a
flags?
question.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
got 5x8s instead of 3x5s this time. They're kind of big.
Yeah, they're nice. What's up?
Hopefully this tiny little truck can pull the drag.
They rip so quickly.
Are we all supposed to hate each other just because we're on the same stream together, or are we not supposed to try to get along and do better? That's a good question.
I always am for unity and freedom, if you ask me. I don't fight with anybody. I don't argue. Well, I will argue a little bit, but I'm never like disrespectful to people. So I'm all about getting along.
I kind of hate the ideas when people try to make it about something that it's not and diverts from the entire movement of what you're in.
And that's why I want to talk to you, Vern, actually. Honestly, that's why I want to talk to you. I'm not even... And I don't want to talk to you about it on here because it's not about that, but I'd like to... Like... I'll send you my phone number right now, and when Eric gets off
Well,
and when you get done...
I got Melanie's phone number, so you can get a hold of me either way.
Oh, I'd rather just talk to you. You know, because it's not about Melanie. It's not about anyone else, but just my opinions. And I'd like to talk to you about my opinions without getting into a fight and having everything being all stupid all the time. Like, dude, I remember you. Like, I know you remember me too. Like, that's the whole thing about a lot of things that, like, Eric's trying to talk about. Like, we're not what everyone says we are. You know, everyone saw what we are in DC, but no one ever saw us outside DC. You know, and you know it, Vern.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. Like, there can be conversations had, but you also got to remember, because of certain things that happen, you know, trust factors takes a while to regain. We can be on the same missions. We can put it this way: we can be on the same missions, and we can understand what the mission is.
I don't understand the trust thing now. Can you explain where the trust thing comes in? Because I don't understand that.
Because of everything that's transpired, because of one guy. Because of the actions that were taken. In my opinion, the only reason the actions were taken were for try to get some short minutes of fame kind of deal, and that's the kind of crap I hate it.
Agree.
So to me, like when we were on the convoy, me, you, and Melanie, I kind of trusted you guys, and then you guys turn around and did that. Well, we can still be on the same missions, but to me, the trust factor is going to have to play back into it at some point. I'm not saying it's not going to happen. It's just like for example, if you might know somebody that they were married for years and they cheated on each other. Well, they made up, they came back together, and you know it takes years to get that trust back, no matter what you do. That's kind of basically all I'm saying.
I get where you're going with that, But this is what I was trying to refer to before, where you were saying it's got nothing to do with the freedom movement. This is only about truckers. That's what I was trying to refer to. And I'm not a very well-spoken man, and it's really hard for me to put my perspectives into words because I can't. I don't know. My wires are crossed, and I'm the first one to say my
No,
wires are crossed.
I think I get what you're saying, but like I said before, I'm not a patriot because I'm a trucker, and I'm not a trucker because I'm a patriot. I'm a trucker because I make a living. I'm a patriot because of what I believe.
Right, but you back the truckers 100%.
No, not all of them. No, not all of them.
Right.
The truckers in general. The truckers in general. The truckers in general. If there's something like this, like I don't know the person to my left, and I don't know the person to my right, but we all had the same idea. We can go in it together. But there's a lot of truckers that I will call out, and I don't like. But if they were to turn around and be like, "Hey, let's go in the DC and park for a couple of days," I'd be like, "Okay, we can do it," but I would not trust that person to do the right things around me. I'll go with him to the same place, but I will not trust that person when I'm around him. If we got in trouble, let's put it this way: if we got in trouble, or if trouble was sort of boiling up, I wouldn't trust that person to help me in getting that taken care of. But I would go to the same movement that he's in based on what the movement is.
So, do you not see what me and her have been doing? I mean, besides, look, let's take DC out of the equation. Like, us going back to the IHOP parking lot the next day after it all happened. Well, it wasn't the next day. It was a day after. Because, like I said, we had to go home from our daughter's graduation. But then we came right back. Like, does that not show anyone that we weren't about that, right?
But all the you might, I don't know, you might have taken them all down, but all the lives that were posted on YouTube shows otherwise.
What? That I had enough, and I told Big D he can go. I mean, I didn't. We talked about Big D and we talked about Santa, right? On those lives.
So
hold on. Let me finish, and then you can talk. You know. So those lives that we talked about Santa, how we had so much respect for him up until that moment. You know, that should say everything you need to know. We had respect for him. And then all of a sudden, he got taken over by the Freedom Outlaws. And we all know this. Okay? Brian Brazzi, Mike Landis, everyone has already said all this. It's not like anything that hasn't been said already.
Who got taken over by the Freedom Outlaws?
TPC. Stop.
No, they didn't.
I would like to say something real quick because I'm going to get off here. And the reason I'm getting off here is because you guys are talking about things that I have no clue about what was going on. I'm an outsider. All I saw was streams. I heard a lot of complaints, people bickering back and forth, and this happened, that happened. I'm just sitting here going, I don't know what in the world you guys are talking about. So I'll come back later when we're not talking about things that are, interpersonal, whatever's going on, because it makes no sense to me. So as an outsider, I'm just going to go do something else for a while. And if you guys are still rolling, I might pop back in. So have a good night, guys.
And I'd also appreciate it if you guys tried to keep these conversations not on the air when I'm not around, you know. I mean, if I'd like to actually be here to actually know what's going on, you know. You guys kind of are doing this stuff, and it's like, well, you guys are having this whole conversation, and I'm in the gas station using the bathroom, and just, you know what I mean? I just appreciate it. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
You were supposed to get me a soda.
I got you a soda. Hopefully,
Can I just say something really quick to the conversation that's going on? I think a little bit of a problem people might have, and I'm debating on if I would have or not. If I would ever join any movement with you guys, squirrels, and there was anything going on, I would be a little bit afraid that you guys might not like something and you were just literally turn around and try to destroy it.
You mean like creating drama?
Try to destroy it like you did with 1776, because you showed us that you were on to really destroying them, no matter what the reasons were, you know. I'm kind of the
Right.
person that if I don't like something, you know, and it doesn't serve my purpose, I just walk away from it and I let people do whatever they want to do. And with you guys, you know, I like you. We had our interactions and we had pierogies and everything. And I'm no one to say what you can and can't do and whatnot. But if I was to arrive, for example, there was some kind of other movement going on that I wanted to join, and you guys were there, of course I would join. But my first thought is going to be, well, so now they're not going to like something, and are they going to turn around and they're going to be assholes again, you know? That type of thing. So this is that trust I think Vern was kind of maybe referring a little bit to.
And I
Yeah,
understand
Yeah,
that.
like I was trying to say, like, if you were to come to 10-4 DC, right, I wouldn't walk up to you and punch you in the face or something like that. I wouldn't, because I'm not there for you, and I'm not there for any for the others that have kind of I don't know how to describe them, but anyway, those people. I'm not
Would
there
you
for
try
any
to
of
have
them.
a
I'm there for
conversation
the
with me, though?
movement. Would I try to have one? I don't know what the purpose of it would be, to be honest. If you wanted a conversation, we could, but if the conversation is all about trying to get me to agree with you, probably not. But if it's constructive conversation, yeah, I'll do that. But I'm not gonna waste my time, is what I'm saying.
Eric,
I understand
Yes.
that.
are you making that noise?
Because like
God,
with
this is
what
my
I
stream. I can make noises if I want to.
shut up, Eric.
It's
We're
my
talking over
stream.
here.
I can make noises if I
No,
want
please.
to.
I have a
There's the
headache. I can't do
there's the
noises.
opinion from the peanut gallery.
I'm eating a Twix and I'm eating
I
my last
know,
one, so
but
I have no
you
reason.
know what it means to like eat
I
Twix
have
on
no
the
reason.
air.
I
But
know.
here's the other side of the perspective that you guys aren't actually looking at right now, right? When you guys say like, okay, I'm gonna go join a movement that the squirrels are involved in, right? Now, would you go join a movement that literally says one thing but does another? That says, okay, these are the rules, but rules only apply to certain people, and I think that's a big part of it too. So you guys are.
Can I say something real quick?
Oh, I'm
So
trying
this
to get
was
a
the
bee away from me. Sorry.
this was the problem with 1776, and this was the part of the reason why I backed out from it, because you know the violent people were let go and they were let back in, you know, and they couldn't ever decide on who they want to really have there and who they not. I do not agree with the violence, and I said I'm not going to go around people that are violent like that. So no, answer is absolutely not. If the rules are applying only to certain people but not all of them, like, not gonna happen. Sorry, go ahead.
No.
So
That's exactly what I was saying,
There's something
Agnes.
that Polish Agnes agreed with you on.
Right, but the
There
one
you
thing
go.
that I can agree, the one thing that I can point out about Polish Agnes is what she just said. In the example she showed, she didn't sit out there harassing 1776 because of her discomfort of the activities that were going on there. Just walk away. You can maybe have your opinion, like I did with TPC. Had a little stream where I had my opinion about it, and it was it.
Yeah.
You don't have to sit there and like harass them every day just because you were unhappy with how things were. And that's what I saw the difference in.
So I can bring up something about 1776 that kind of contradicts that, Vern. And I don't want to make this like a tit for tat or anything like that. But when 76 went to the Trump thing, I don't remember what was going on in DC, but Trump was there and there was a bunch of, I guess you would call, protesters across the street because 1776 was So they went right up to them and they started to get in their face and stuff like that. Okay, and if you can see clearly on any of their streams or even Dominic's, that I came out of nowhere and I started getting into their face, and then they got mad at me. But it was literally the same thing that they were doing. So I don't. It's very hard for me because I don't understand where any of this is coming from, because it only seems like it's on one side. It seems like it's whenever they're doing something or they want to do something, it's okay, but whenever anyone else feels a different way, it's not okay. If that makes any sense to anyone.
The problem that people are having is the fact that you actively went to stop them, and that's what you need to explain. Is what was your motivation? What was the motivation that you had that made you feel that you couldn't just let it go and let them be? You know, that you had to actively try to stop them. And that's the thing I think that people are having problems understanding, is that, you know, like Polish Agnes, yeah, she felt, she agreed with you. She felt that there were violent people that were getting kicked out and then let back in. So that's something that you and Polish have in agreement, but she chose just to walk away from, where something sparked it for you that you were like, nope, this has just got to end. I already know the answer to this. You've already kind of told me, and I can speak on your behalf if you want me to, but you're here, so you can speak on your own behalf. You know, but I think that's what people are having a hard time understanding, is why you just didn't just say, well, fuck 1776 and go upon your merry business. Instead, you decided to get involved in the, you know, trying to shut 1776 down, which I personally think was a mistake.
Can I have
it would have gone down anyways.
Can I add a little observation that's kind of clicked in my head over the past couple weeks, and I've been trying to make people aware of it, people that are conservatives. Okay. So here's how we have to remember as conservatives how it works. And I'm not perfect, so I'm not going to say that, you know, I can word it the perfect way and this is exactly how it is. But the general sense of this is, when movements on the conservative side, pro-freedom movements, when they happen, the way they get destroyed is several reasons. One, us conservatives have the distinct ability of thinking outside the box, thinking on our own, not following the tribal agenda. And it's literally just like team sports. We're not following the tribal agenda. That can be destructive to us because we have the capability, and we do question leadership. We question everything, which is good. But we have to keep in mind the left knows that. And they use that against us nonstop. So no matter what the subject is, for me, the positions I've taken was literally because I knew it was a tactic from the left to destroy us by one person at a time. That's all it was. You had, if you remember in TPC in Hagerstown, there was, the Boogaloo Boys are here. Well, we tried to please the left and say, get out, Boogaloo Boys. So the Boogaloo Boys left. They had friends. Their friends left. They had the guy with the...
funny before you change
go ahead.
Topics? I actually asked, what's his name? Fuck. Damn it. I'm blanking now. Paul Revere. I asked him if he was a Boogaloo Boy. I didn't know. I didn't know what they were. I thought it had something to do with the hat and stuff. He's like, fuck no! I was like, I didn't know.
He used to be is what he told. He used to be is what he said, but he wasn't at the time. Really? Yeah. Oh. But my point is the left will capitalize on everything. Everything. It doesn't matter what it is. And they use our emotions to get to that. We try to make it to where we please the left. We go by their guidelines. Oh, we can't have the guy with the Confederate flag hat on. Well, he's got friends, so they're going to leave. We can't have Bandit in there. So he's got friends, he's going to leave. I don't care what the topic is. I don't care how bad it seems. We have to remember they will use those tactics and capitalize on it And this is my opinion, Red, but I feel you got sucked into it. I'm not saying it makes you a bad guy or makes you a good guy, but I feel you got sucked into it. We all have that tendency to get sucked into it. And now it's just a matter of recovering, because they used that tactic. I know how they work. We know how they work. We should know how they work.
I mean, right now, the whole situation is, the convoy's over. The convoy's been over. The convoy was over, in my opinion, honestly, and I agree with somebody else. It was over. It was over when we took Ted Cruz downtown. I mean, that, I've heard it from a few people, that said that that's probably when we should have ended it on the high note, called it a victory, and told them to get their ass to work, and gone home and threatened to come back.
States.
That's probably when we should have ended it, right then and there on the high point. So it's been over for forever.
Actually, I think the convoy was over. The momentum was over the day we decided not to go into DC.
Yeah. Well, we decided not to go into DC from the get-go. That was always the message, that we were never going to go into DC, which was funny because we ended up going into DC anyways. But that was a rogue thing. That wasn't even sponsored by TPC. They were kind of doing cleanup after the fact. Some truck drivers and X-Ray decided, well, fuck it, we're going in anyways. And
I was one of them.
Had to kind of deal with it. Yeah.
No, I was actually TPC. Actually, TPC agreed with it because we went in there with pamphlets.
Originally sanctioned it the first time.
I don't know about the first time, but I know. Yeah. I know they sanctioned it when we.
Eventually, they accepted the
because we went and got the pamphlets and stuff, and they actually funded that part of it. So.
But what I'm saying is the first time that X-Ray took them in, my understanding was that wasn't sanctioned. They kind of got pushed into it, and then because people liked the response that they liked the response that it was getting because it showed they were doing something, then they had to come on board with it. But initially, they didn't like that. That was my understanding how it went. That was a rogue operation that X-Ray and a few truck drivers decided to do, and then it became something that was like, okay, well, the repercussions weren't that bad. We didn't get any trouble. Okay, fine. We'll back this play.
And it was more successful than going around the loop. I was there. I saw we had people that were like flipping us off and all that, being real hateful, and we'd hand them little pamphlets and stuff. Then when we'd see them again, they give us a thumbs up. So it was successful,
Yeah. Yeah.
Somebody asked what happened to X-Ray. I just talked to X-Ray the other day. I'm actually supposed to have him scheduled to come on my panel this week, but I'm not sure it's going to work with me being at 10-4 DC.
Yeah. Why is that?
I just don't know if I'll have the time. I'm not sure. I haven't scheduled anything because I don't know exactly what's going to be going on down there. So.
Yeah.
I don't even know where he's at. I asked him if he's going to come out, and he doesn't know. So.
Yeah, I don't have the cameras on right now, just because I'm trying to save bandwidth. I'm actually going through mountain passes right now. So, I'm watching this thing, and I'm literally switching between AT&T and Verizon on this little program I got going. So, if I'm breaking up, it's trying the best that it can. It's actually splitting services.
Getting all high tech. Are you coming up with your tools to fix some trucks if they break down?
Nope. This was not a planned. It wasn't a planned thing. I just happened to be. I went to a rally and down in Tennessee, and then I just kind of spent the day over by the squirrels, and then I was like, oh shit, look on Facebook. Oh wow. And they were like, oh yeah, that's only like 5 hours away. And I'm like, what? I didn't realize it was that close to DC. Well, it's actually closer to 6. I drive the speed limit, you know. And,
Sure you do.
I do. Well, okay. I do the acceptable above the speed limit without the cops caring about your speed limit. How's that sound? That's what I do. You know,
Hey,
but I
ain't
won't
bad.
confess to the number. Yeah,
I
no,
hate 5G.
I personally think that the app I'm using is Speedify.
You
Which,
have someone backstage. Red Squirrel is backstage.
Red Squirrel's backstage. Well, if you want to bump them in, can you bump them in?
Yeah.
Because you can bump them in. I don't care.
All right.
But yeah, Speedify actually lets me combine 2 cellular connections together, and that's what I'm kind of playing with. So it's kind of cool now that I can actually watch it. I can see
There's
which
another
internet
guest.
provider it's pulling data from.
Jeff
Who's the other
is
guest?
backstage.
Jeff Ellis?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Sure,
boy.
let him on.
Well, thank you, Ed.
All right. Hey, Jeff. Hey, Red.
Thank you,
I try
Ed.
to be. Ed commented. Where did he go? Said I was logical, practical,
into the
common
chat.
sense, and no drama.
Yeah.
What's going on, Jeff? What's going on with you? You Florida?
Taking a break.
Taking a break?
First break since I've been here yesterday.
Really?
So
What's
I'm
going
enjoying it.
Yeah.
What is going on? Evacuating people, I heard?
Evacuations are done, waiting for the brunt of it to get over, and then we go out and start rescuing. So while I'm taking a break, I came back, took a hot shower, got something to eat, and been relaxing.
Go Beans.
Cool.
I'm driving to DC.
Thank you.
I, for whatever reason, decided to go to DC.
That's
Sounds
safer.
like something interesting.
It's
Yeah.
safer in DC.
Where are you going to
Yeah.
stay, Eric?
I've got a hotel.
Yeah, me too, but I was kind of surprised at how much it cost me. Holy
Yeah.
crap.
I got
I also
Airbnb.
You shouldn't have gotten one, Eric, because I got a room that has 2 beds. It was the cheapest thing they had.
Yeah, but you know, I mean, I'm just saying. Well, 1, I didn't know you were going to be there. 2, you know, I mean, I like you, Vern, but you know, being all cuddled up in your sleeper.
It's got 2. I said 2 beds. No. I'm
Yeah.
getting a hotel. It's got 2 beds.
Oh, okay. Well, it's a mobile hotel.
Oh,
you know,
that
I don't
sounded
know.
like an invitation to me.
Yes,
Damn,
I know.
Eric, what the hell?
Oh, geez.
Man, your brain just went.
I thought he wanted me to get me into his sleeper because my truck's got 2 beds.
Hey, my shocks ain't made for that, okay?
I have a truck. My semi truck has 2 beds.
Yeah, mine does too, but I got my groceries and stuff on the top.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'll probably do something like the same. I actually want to. The model of mine, they have an option where you can take out the bottom bed, and you can convert it back into a bed, but you can actually have like the dinette type setup on the first level, and then you have the higher bed.
Oh, that's
'Cause
cool.
Mine's more for camping. Mine's not really for work. Mine's more of a recreational vehicle. That's what I bought mine for. I didn't buy it for a work truck. So it is what it is. Oh,
Yeah, I looked at the hotels. I was like, what the hell is going on with these prices? So I started looking for Airbnb. So I found one that was $90 a night. I was like, whew, perfect, thank you. And it's
$90 a night. That's a good deal.
It is. Well, it's kind of like a basement apartment type of
Holy
thing, you know.
crap.
What?
Okay. I'm going to turn my camera on real quick for you guys. Where is it?
Was it traffic? Must be.
No, I got to turn this camera around. No, I got a Ford that's about to explode on the road.
Wow.
It's really bad. Oh, yeah.
Is it on fire?
No, he's
You
pulling over.
notice he had to find a Ford to do that with.
No, dude, it's like a brand new Ford. It's a brand new Ford, and the tires were sitting here and had a death wobble so bad that the guy literally had to pull over. Yes, I know. I thought the whole front end was going to fall off. Now he's passing me back. He pulled over to the side of the road, and now he's back on the road. But he had
If he's
such
got a
a
death
bad
over that
wobble.
bad, he's stupid for driving on the highway at highway speeds.
Yeah, I'm going to follow this guy for a bit and see if that Ford like explodes.
Fords and Dodges are notorious for that.
He
for
wants
one
he wants to
problem.
get some breaking news coverage.
Well, you know, 1/16th responder media, you know, here to report the scene. You know, we'll watch him go into a fiery wreck, and then we'll just keep on driving because we don't do any real media here. We just watch it and then keep on driving.
Well, the funny part is Ford won't do a recall, neither will Dodge.
Oh yeah, that was bad. I've seen Jeeps do that, but I've never seen a newer truck like that. I mean, it was bad.
Well, the problem is Ford still uses the front axle from 1986. They have not updated it, and that's the problem.
Yeah, that was insane. That was really bad. And I'm surprised it took him so long to get over on the side of the road to do something about it.
First of all, you got to get over the scared the shit response when it kicks in.
Yeah.
And Carl, they were named, but you weren't there when they were named, so suck wind, buddy.
What?
Hey, you guys want to hear a funny story?
Sure, go ahead, Vern.
So I was coming through Arizona one day, and Arizona's really hot, so it's really known for blowing tires on trucks, especially
we
recaps.
figured that one. We figured that one out going to California. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was coming through Arizona, and I was getting up about 65 miles an hour, and I had this FedEx truck passing me, and I heard this really loud boom. I'm like, he just blew a tire. And I look when he passed me, I'm like, oh snap, it's me.
You're thinking of somebody else. Oh Lord.
Oh my God.
Especially down across I-10 between Phoenix and Tucson.
That's exactly
It's
where.
that
No, it
long,
was
straight shot.
It was past the. I can't remember if the Triple T is east or west of Tucson, but I was west. I was east of the Triple T. So I couldn't turn around to go back to the truck shop because the weigh station was in between me and the truck shop. So I had to have somebody come out and.
They would have had a field day with you when you, even if you tell them, I'm going back to the repair shop because they just blew a tire.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that's where I'm headed back to. I'm going back
I'm gonna leave the
once
camera
I get
ready.
done here.
You gonna what? Leave the camera.
I'm gonna leave the camera
You're
ready so I
you're
can turn
pulling
it back on. I'm gonna follow this guy, and but I'm gonna save a little data if I have the camera off. But if he starts wobbling again, man, I'm gonna turn that camera right back on.
He wants some breaking news.
No joke.
Yeah. So you're pulling good numbers there, Eric.
That's okay.
Are you
Here's what it
happy?
is. Well, I mean,
That's okay.
I mean,
That's okay.
I've got.
I said good numbers. What do you mean that's okay?
I got Polish Agnes on here, and I got Vern. I mean, come on. You know, they're here to see you guys. I'm just
What do
the guy
I
that's
have to
hosting
do
the
with
panel,
it?
that's all.
Well, actually, I know why you're probably pulling. I know why you're probably pulling some good numbers because I was talking to Agnes in the private chat about this. I know why.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I know why. Because some people are here that don't think that I know they're here, and they are here, and I know why they're here, and I don't care because I'm not here for them.
I don't.
And it's funny because they're not important enough for me to care that they're here. And that means I'm not looking for them to arrive. I figured I'd see them in DC, but not here. And for me to actually see them lurking around, like trying to make it look like trying to not be so obvious that they're here, they really suck because they don't even know how to stalk properly.
Oh my God! The first thing when I heard, oh, it's in Pennsylvania, I was like, oh, okay, this is where we're going.
So I know they're here. I see them over there. They're freaking acting like, you know.
Gut feeling. Yeah, and they're walking, and he's walking with the camera. He's got his camera, and he's
No,
walking.
they don't. They weren't live. I think they were trying to somehow spring it on. Like, oh, hey, we're here. I'm like, oh no, they're here. Guess what? I already know you're here because I was looking at you.
Yeah.
You can try to hide your van, Ant, but it's already been spotted.
How's your Cadillac, Agnes?
Huh?
How's your Cadillac?
Oh, I just parked it and I said, fuck you, and I left. I went home and went to sleep.
I like that attitude.
I figured you might have put it in the shop so they can fix it while you were gone.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I have another car, which I use on a daily basis. So I wasn't too worried, and I'm actually not really looking forward to that bill. So I'm like, I was going to put it in the shop on my way home, but I'm like, I have only 1 hour to sleep. So I'll just take that 1 hour and sleep. You know, so in the end, I slept for an hour and a half, and I communicated with the shop where I was going to bring it, and they told me bring it on Monday. I was like, okay, fine. So at least by the time they're going to fix it, that gives me a little bit of time to actually make some money and put it in the car, you know.
Yeah.
Because it's probably not going to be a cheap, it's not going to end on $300. So. And then I gotta get tires, so it's just I'm not looking forward to it, you know. I don't want to think about it. I put it straight into my driveway because I was like, oh shit, maybe I shouldn't put it in my driveway. If something happens, they're not gonna be able to take it out again. So I was gonna put it on the street, and then I'm like, fuck, I have all these like freedom shit on there, and I'm not gonna put it in the street. So I just drove right straight in my driveway, and I left it there. So if the flatbed needed to take it, you know, they could actually take it. And I'm like, all right, we'll just wait with that. So, you know, it drove fine. Yep.
Well, for being not for needing work, but yeah. And here's the important lesson about this. Here's the important lesson that we take away from this. Yeah. This is why it's good to have multiple vehicles, because your life doesn't end just because one of them breaks. I have always been a big believer in at least having one second vehicle at your disposal.
Well, what the hell? What the hell, Eric?
How people get one car.
What the hell, Eric?
Eric's got a fleet.
Yeah.
I'm not good at grifting. How do I buy two vehicles? Lord, this thing cost me almost $80,000. I can't get another one.
Dude, don't ask me. I haven't figured out that grifting thing either.
I think I'm gonna write a book on it.
I have no idea how that grifting thing works. I am definitely not the one to ask.
I'm going to make your day, Eric.
Going out and making money on a job. That's how I got my vehicles.
I didn't even get the money from YouTube from the last month.
Yeah.
I didn't make enough.
I literally just got the code to verify my address so that I can get any of the super chats I got from being on the convoy.
Yeah.
So I have not even
received you just got
one penny. I literally just got the code.
Holy shit.
Because every time it would mail, it never showed up. So I finally I renewed it again, and I finally actually got the envelope that gave me the code that I could verify my address. So I'm just now going to receive any of the super chats or any of the YouTube ad money that was given to me from this whole time I've been streaming.
I'm about to give you a good laugh, Eric.
Because it happened after the 20 whatever. I got to wait till next month to get any of that.
Yeah. But I'm going to give you a good laugh. Just before I left Monday to come to Florida, I put my Ford in the truck to deal with the death wobble. So my Ford is now in the shop.
What?
Yeah, it's got the death wobble on the front.
Yep.
So I figure while I'm in Florida, I'll send it to the shop, let the shop fix it permanently, and not have to worry about it, because I'm changing from a coilover separate shock to a coilover with the shock and the coilover to help offset any possibilities of the death wobble coming back and replacing all the front end components.
You know the bad thing? It's getting colder in DC, and I didn't bring any winter clothes because I wasn't going to a wintry place.
You're gonna freeze.
I've got my leather jacket. That's about it.
It's still in the 80s.
And I didn't bring the liner. Oh, it's so cold.
So now you can pick on me for my Ford being in the truck like I picked on you for your Dodge being in the shop.
Yeah, well, mine was a recall. It is what it is.
Well, part of mine's recall, part of it I have to pay for. Altogether, it's going to cost me about $2,300.
Oh shit,
In,
that's
in
a lot
all
of money.
in all actuality, what happened to my Dodge was actually Cummins' fault. Because Cummins made the motor. It wasn't even Dodge's fault. It was actually Cummins' fault. Because they're the ones that engineered and built the Cummins motor for my truck, which they were the ones that also supplied the water pump, and they failed to make it correctly. So it was Cummins' problem. So it wasn't even a Dodge problem. You have no excuse because Ford made your axle.
Well, Ford made it. It's Ford's mistake, but I'm the one paying for it. But I look at it this way. That's okay because I got a hold of Flying High Off-Road, and they have a solution where it replaces all the components on the front axle for the Ford four-wheel drives that the death wobble won't come back. So that's what I went with. Part of it Ford's covering, part of it I'm covering. Ford's paying the most expensive part. Well, Ford's paying for the expensive part. I'm just paying for all the accessories.
Yeah. So changing the subject again, because I'm just kind of curious. So you said you saw somebody at the thing. Why would they want to be there? It's not even a protest. I don't get why
because I've been ridiculing them.
Oh, so
and
they're think,
I got tagged with the name of blank defender because I went on a live one day because his dad passed away and he needed help getting his wife out there for the funeral, so I went on live to try to help.
Was it Marcus?
Help. Yeah, I try to raise some money for his wife to be able to go out there for the funeral. Like she should be able to go out there for the funeral. It was like 12 hours away, and now they're all, I'm part of that class now because I had a little bit of humanity and thought it was proper to let his wife be able to go out there for her father-in-law's funeral.
Whatever.
So that's why I'm kind of on that list. And I've been put on that list by Doe like long before it was even popular to be on that list. So
I don't even get why it's all or nothing. Why is it that one action that you don't agree with sits here and tarnishes everything else that you've done? I just don't get it. Why?
Well, and to me, I was telling
all the good things.
To me, I was telling him, I was like, look, it's not about Bandit. It's about his wife, and I believe he's got a kid. It's about them being able to go to the funeral. Like, leave the whole Bandit thing out of it. Don't they have a right to go to the funeral? Like, come on, have a little. You claimed you cared about kids and people. So how about you show that you care a little bit and be like, okay, she's allowed to go. Let's help her get there for the funeral, no matter about who you think he is.
Yeah.
But they can't see that.
So was that his dad or her dad?
Yeah, it was his dad. Yeah, he was out there for a couple months taking care of him.
Wasn't he? Yeah, I was just gonna say, wasn't he taking care of him, right?
So the whole time that they were, the whole time they were saying he was there, I knew he was out there taking care of his dad. The whole time they said he was at 1776, he was out there. And of course, you can't tell them nothing because they're utterly uninformed and utterly uneducated, and they just kind of go onto that bandwagon of tribal. What do you call it?
I will sit here and I'll say, I never understood that decision. Once he was told to leave by Trucker G, I just do not understand. You had to know that there was going to be backlash by letting him come back.
Right.
And
actually, hold on, Eric.
Do anything good for the movement. So I just never understood why they had that decision to sit here and be like, oh yeah, come on back, because all it did was hurt the movement.
Right.
I never understood why they.
Actually, I gotta address. I have to address this one. I'm tired of seeing it. I've seen it in mine. I've seen it in theirs. I did not start a Give Send Go, and I did not raise $5,000 for Bandit. We raised at the most a couple $100, which is just enough to get her out there for gas and coming back. That's it.
Yeah.
So wherever you guys' stupid rumors are coming from, this is why I say you're uneducated. You're very uneducated. You don't know what you're talking about. There is no give. I don't even know how to set one up. All I did is said, here's his Cash App. If you want to help him out, give him $5 to get his wife out there.
Oh, you want to set up a give, send, go, talk to Oreo. He'll help you.
I mean, I've heard this debate over Bandit come over here and there, and
it's nonstop.
I've heard the story. Okay, and I'm just going to summarize just a little bit of, in my opinion, of the situation. Okay, I've heard that supposedly he was set up. I heard that supposedly he took a plea bargain, and that this may all be true, but it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he wasn't guilty. It doesn't matter if he was set up. It doesn't matter if he took a plea bargain over 20 years. It doesn't matter. The moment that he sat here and he agreed to plead guilty, he accepted the fact that that was going to be the stigma that was going to surround him for the rest of his life. And that's just what it is.
Well, he probably didn't think about that.
What it is.
He probably didn't even think about that.
How could you not think about it?
And you're probably right. You're probably right.
Actually, here's how they cannot. Here's how they cannot think about it.
Let me finish
go ahead.
just for a second because I'm almost done. And unfortunately, that's just something. That's the thing that he chose to accept when he did that. When he sat here and said, "I'm guilty." Now, when it came to the movement, as soon as he got found out, okay, he should have known, and everybody else should have known that him coming back was going to be bad for the movement. And he should have been the bigger man and sat here and said, okay, I can do more not being part of this movement than the damage that I'm going to cause by rejoining. And that's my personal opinion about it. Everything else, it just is what it is. Unfortunately, there are people that are guilty or not guilty that are going to get pressed by prosecutors and sit here and take, guilty pleas, to not do 20 years, but maybe do 5 years, whatever the case is, just because they think they're not going to win the case. And that is what it is. But unfortunately, even if that was the case, he still pled guilty. It is what it is, and that it's just black and white, just like that. That is what it is.
He did plead guilty. And that's like, here's what is so amazing to me is the fact that, like, I'm not even going to say he's good or bad based off what we know. But what I am going to say is we have been in a big movement saying the Justice Department is broken. The government sucks. We don't like the government. But yet, when we find one thing like that, we're going, oh, the Justice Department works perfectly. Everything's perfectly okay. Everything is 100%. We're going to 100% agree with what they said. And my thing is, the government never, ever gives you a plea bargain if they have the goods on you. Ever. So
no, that's not true.
There's a exception. One of those is generally if somebody gets killed and they can't find the body or something like that. To give the family closure, they'll do something like that.
They like to do pleas because they don't want to drag out to court. That's money, that's resources. They always give a plea, unless they got you so dead to rights that they just want to crucify you. They just want to put you away. They don't want to drag it out and go through the whole process because that's time consuming. Witnesses, all that. It's a lot easier and cleaner for you to sit here and say you did it. So
now let me bring up a different point on this to kind of challenge everybody. So we have a justice system for a reason. It's called I don't even remember what the name of it's called, but you serve your time, you get out, and you re-enter in society, right? He served his time.
That doesn't seem to work when it comes to pedophiles.
Only for that. See, they say it's because we care about kids. But now, now there's one other aspect where everybody looks the exact opposite way with drug dealers. The drug dealers sell drugs to kids.
Yeah.
They serve their time. Let's say they change their life around, and we give them a pass To me, they're equally as bad. I don't care. Either one. Both of those are equally as bad. Selling drugs to kids or abusing kids is equally as bad. If you're going to sit there and accept the one that served his time and sold drugs to kids, but not the other one, you yourself have issues. It's just the way I look at it. You know?
Here's the biggest problem, though.
Well, I mean, I think some people. Okay, I'm going to stop you for a second, Jeff, because I want to touch on this.
I know. I'm waiting.
I think part of this problem comes in. Part of this problem comes in is pedophiles tend to victimize younger, more so than drugs do. Drugs, they're in their teens. They're at least teenagers. They made the choice, type thing. Where sexual predators are victimizing. They kids that are a lot smaller. And there could be violence involved and threats, and where the kid that's taking drugs, that kid has made that choice. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Where a pedophile, this could be rape. This could be, so I don't see it eye and eye. One is
to me it's not.
The other one.
Well, to me it's not eye and eye. That's where you misunderstand. I'm not saying it's eye for an eye. I'm saying your terminology is saying I care about kids. If you simply go off the terminology I care about kids, then you need to learn to separate.
Gotta be all or nothing.
Right. And to me, if you care about kids, you would also not give them a second chance either.
Yeah. And then the catch-22 too is also, who's to say that every drug dealer has sold to kids? Some of them don't.
Well, I'm not saying every one of them, but I'm saying in every case we just choose to turn a blind eye.
But every pedophile has pedophiled a kid, because otherwise it wouldn't be called pedophilia.
Right.
So to sit here and say that, drug dealers, that to sit here and say that every drug dealer, not that I'm saying I'm condoning drug dealing, but I'm just saying, not every drug dealer's, scum and is going to sell to kids. I think there are some that with some morals that sit here and, are like, no, go grow up, but whatever, I digress. Go ahead.
That's just basically my point is we forget that time has been served. Justice has been served. So at what point do we and we claim to be a Christian country, we claim to be based off of Christian principles, our justice system is supposed to be based off of that. At what point do we allow the person a chance? Maybe keep an eye on them, but allow them the chance rather than completely dehumanizing them.
I understand where you're coming from a religious standpoint, and in a community, in a normal life situation. I get that. Okay, forgive and forget, he served his time, whatever. But when you have so many eyes on you from the left, from the right,
I get that.
Everybody, and you're involved in a movement, you can't play that game and sit here and be like, oh, well, he served his time, blah blah blah, this and that, and all that. There was too much riding on it. There's too much. There was no. It wasn't good for the movement. There was no positive about letting him come back in.
Well, I don't disagree. I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. I really don't. I do not disagree with that it had that bad effect. But here's something else I want to challenge people on. Like in the same town he lives in, there's 198 or 178 registered sex offenders. That's not a big town. It's a small town. So what is the likelihood that we had more than just one in all of TPC? We probably had a lot, but nobody cared. Because the reason that the reason I will not cower to these leftists that are on here talking about this is because of the fact that I know their freaking tactics. I have my opinions and I'm allowed to freaking speak my opinions. And they use that one person to try to destroy an entire movement, and it's not acceptable.
Actually,
I don't care
what
they're justified. Nothing is not justified in what they're doing.
But that's where you're wrong, one. It's not just
you
one.
have read in the backstage. You want me to let him in?
It's not just one, America. They got one there right now
I
with
think
Patch.
this would
That's
explode.
that's another one.
I think I
That's a
got
class
this.
3.
I
Ledford
think I
was
got
there,
this.
class 3.
Eric,
There's been more than
Yeah.
just one
I heard
in
you.
got
that
it?
movement.
I know.
Okay.
I got it.
Patch is there right now with the movement. He filed an RO against people, and he's still with the movement, and he's a class 3 lifetime registry.
All right, don't scream, Jesus Christmas. I have a headache.
It's not just Bandit.
Yeah.
They've had
Yeah.
6
Yeah.
in there.
Jeff,
Don't scream.
I don't. I wish.
Well,
he
the
had
only
a
one,
different
the
mic.
only one I heard them talking about
That's
was
not what I
Bandit.
wanted.
So,
It's not what I
and
wanted to
Bandit's
do.
the only
wasn't
one that
trying
I
to
knew.
mute you.
So,
I wasn't trying to mute you, Jeff. I mean, I'm
and quite
trying to undo
honestly,
it.
it's despicable that when they came into my life when he got exposed, they asked me about it. I knew nothing about it, and the minute I asked, "Why are you bringing that in here without having any kind of facts?" I'm considered a pedophile defender.
Well, the
That's
facts
bullshit.
is his arrest record, his court record.
No. This was before that was discovered. I'm saying they knew it, but nobody in the convoy knew it because they exposed it in my live stream. And I was like, if you don't have facts to back it up, don't say anything. Because
Well,
we were at that time, we were having meetings on some of these live streamers would see comments in their live stream, and then they would base that off of fact, and then false information would get spread. So my intention was, if you don't know that's fact, don't even bring it up, because I had no idea about it. So I'm like, just don't even, if you don't have anything to back it up. Well, then later on I found out that it was true. But to me, the fact that I asked the question, but the fact that I asked a question like that, it's BS. That I can't ask a question like that and question your so-called, at the time, nobody knew it was truth. But the very fact that I just asked the question and you tag me with that, you're a despicable human being. You are worse than anything you could imagine Bandit is.
but before G asked him to leave, G asked for verification, and G was given the verification. That's why G went and asked him to leave, because it was verified by a court record. And G's like, I've seen the court record. You got to go.
Yeah, that was all after the fact. That was all after the fact. But this is how these people work. That's what I'm saying. They use these tactics to destroy every part of every movement we ever do, and we have to remember that.
Yeah.
You can hate pedophiles. You can hate pedophiles and still not freaking cower to their freaking demands. You can do both at the same time.
Yeah. The problem, nobody has the problem with the first part of this. Okay, everybody is applauding Trucker G when he found out he did something about it and he kicked him out. The problem that everybody's having is the second hand, Santa letting him come back.
Well, that and a lot of people are having a problem
He
with
let him come back twice. No,
And
he let him come
supposed to
back
go
twice.
with the other guy.
But another problem they're having is people
That's
are
where the problem-
defending them, and they don't realize that child that they sexually offended has to live with that the rest of their life. That's something they'll never forget. What about sticking up for them?
Eric,
like I said,
can
it
you
doesn't
please
matter
check
if you
your
did or if you
message?
didn't.
I
Kimberly?
just don't get it. They forget about the victim.
Let's go, people. I don't got time for you.
Agnes is doing 90. Move out of her way. She'll
Okay,
run you
Kimberly.
off the road.
Yeah, just like I said, unless it's whatever, just kind of let it roll, I guess.
Hey,
As
I
long
guess
as you're not
here could
spamming the chat.
I
You
guess
know, I
here
mean, I
here
guess
can be the life lesson for everybody. I guess the life lesson, and I know the left is never going to agree. The life lesson can be, in every movement, you're going to have people that have made mistakes in their life. Every freaking movement. And
Or
if
not
we
even-
are
not
going to
even mistakes.
continue,
Not even mistakes, just things you don't agree with.
Yeah,
There's always going to
yeah.
be somebody that
And-
you're not going to agree with something they agree with.
something they did in their past, something they did in their past.
You're gonna
And-
have to choose if you're gonna want to accept it and be in the movement and fight for what they are all about, or you're gonna hold it against the movement
Right.
and not do anything.
Exactly. Like we can sit there and go, well, this person, he robbed a bank 20 years ago. This person, he did this 20 years ago. This person did this 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And what are you left with?
Well,
You're
thank
left
you.
with yourself. And that's it. Now what?
Yeah, because I always said if you're looking at people's history, right, and you're looking at only one, you got to look at everybody. And then you're going to end up throwing everybody out because everyone's got something going on in the past most of the time.
Yeah, if you put a microscope on anybody's life, you're going to find something that you don't
Everyone's
agree with.
criminal history needed to be checked at this point. I don't agree with just checking one.
But you got to ask yourself one question. If that charge was against you and you know you did not do it, why would you not fight that fact instead of saying, no, I'll just take the plea deal and suffer the rest of my life?
We don't know the circumstances.
Jeff, here's the
Actually,
problem.
I do. I do know the circumstances.
Well, but we
I do know the
happens to
circumstances.
people all the time. People get
I do know the
railroaded
circumstances.
by the system
His,
all the time.
so here's the circumstances. I talked to him myself.
Supposable circumstances.
I don't care. It's his word against everybody else's. His grandmother wasn't doing well. He didn't want to be in prison and not be able to spend time with his grandmother before she passed. And they came in and said, you're going to get 60 years. If you were threatened with 60 years, you'd probably be like, crap, this ain't looking good. And he's like, no, we're going to fight. Now, hold on. They try to give him 60 years, and he's like, nah, there's no way. I'm going to fight this. Then they brought it down to 40 years. He says, no, it's still not. My grandmother's not doing well. I want to see my grandmother before she passes. Then they brought it down to 20 years. No, my grandmother, it was based on, his grandmother was not doing well. He wanted to see his grandmother before she passes. Then they go, I don't know what the final plea bargain was, but he was in there for a couple of years. That's it. And he's basically, the attitude is, just get me the hell out of here so I can go see my grandmother. I'm tired of dealing with this shit. That's the predicament he was in. He had an attorney he could have gotten, but he didn't have the $50,000 to fight it.
No.
That's our justice system.
If you did not do it, you fight it every step of the way.
Hold on. And hold on.
That's what I don't get.
Ultimately, that could all be true. Okay, Jeff, stop. Ultimately, that could all be true. But regardless of the fact, regardless if he was innocent, regardless of anything, he took the plea. He has to sit here and deal with the consequences of the plea. That's what it is. And unfortunately, in this day and age, he's still a registered pedophile, and
until the day he dies,
he's just got to accept it. Unfortunately, that's the way the system is. So it doesn't matter. None of this matters. Everybody's sitting here and arguing and blah 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 and oh this and that and all that. He took the plea. He knew the consequences, whether or should have known the consequences of his decision. And if he didn't, well, that's boo-hoo on him. He made a bad
Well, I don't
choice.
think he did. Because he admits himself that he was pretty ignorant to how it works.
Yeah.
And I honestly believe if I was put in a position whether I committed the crime or not, whatever crime it might be, if my mother or my grandmother wasn't doing well and we had a good relationship, that would be something that would be held over my head, and I would do whatever I could to make sure I could see her again.
I mean, the only other thing I've heard come across is supposedly his victim supposedly recanted. Well, then get that person to sit here through back channels.
The courts would have brought that out real quick.
Go to the court and sit here and recant it. That's the quickest way to deal with this. If that is a true story and that person is actually sitting here saying that this never happened, then that person should be able to go, who I believe is now an adult, has all the legal right to go into court and say, hey, this didn't actually happen, then make it happen.
And the
then
court would have reversed the decision.
Obviously, it's that simple. If this person goes to the DA and sits here and says, hey, my mother coerced me into saying this, when I was a kid to get him out of our life or whatever the story ends up being, and now the kid's recanting it, and this is a true story. This is a simple fix. You know,
Well, my
that's
honest,
that's
I
the
got an
easiest
honest,
way to get out of this.
I got an honest question. If that does get reversed, will it stop everything that's going on now? No, it won't.
Yes, it will. Because people
No,
say,
it
"Hey,
won't.
sorry."
No, it won't. No, it won't. It will not stop it. It will. I guarantee you. I promise you. The people that are in here talking about it, they will not stop. They will not stop.
Well,
You don't
Even
know
if it's
that.
reversed, they will. Yes, I do know that because I know
you're
the
not
left.
a fortune teller.
All right,
I
Jeff,
know the left.
relax, guys.
I know the left enough to know it will
to
not
take
stop.
it easy,
So it's
please.
a left issue, but I see it coming from left and right on both sides.
Because some of the right have bought into it. That's what I'm saying. That's why I was saying in the beginning, part of what's destroyed every movement is, and it's not just, this is not even based on the bandit thing. This is based on everything else. Part of what destroys our movement is because people literally will cower to every little accusation the left brings to us every time. And the right, we play into that emotion and go, yeah, they got a bad name. Like the Proud Boys, for example. Proud Boys have a bad name. Everybody can agree to that. Proud Boys have, I don't care what you think of, but the Proud Boys have a bad name, right? So when you get a Proud Boy into a movement, no matter what movement it is, they're going to say, oh, there's a Proud Boy in there. And then the right's going to go, oh, no, the Proud Boys have a bad name. We got to kick them out. Doesn't matter if the guy is a good guy or a bad guy. It doesn't matter. They will fall for the right will always play into that to try to get more people from the left to join their movement. As soon as that person's out, they're going to go to the next one. That's why I'm saying, even if this is reversed, it will never end. They will still continue doing it because that's how they work. They work on destruction of people's character, people's name, doxing people. That's what they thrive on. It doesn't matter if it's reversed.
Okay, let me ask you this question, Vern. I know what TPC was trying to do from day one. They were trying to end the mandate. When 1776 started, they wanted
no,
to.
it was the I want to correct you. It wasn't the mandate. It was the
footprints here.
And the Emergency
Powers
Act.
It was
the Emergency Powers Act.
Going after that.
Yeah, I just wanted to correct that because I want to make sure that doesn't get mixed up.
It was the Emergency Powers Act and the mandates that were going on. Both of them at the same time. And then TPC stopped. 1776 started. Their idea for the movement was to fight for our freedoms. Correct?
Right.
What freedom have you lost?
Okay, I'm glad you asked that.
That's the biggest.
I haven't lost a freedom, but I have been persecuted for using. No, hold on. I haven't lost my freedom because it came from God.
Lose one. No, you didn't. No, God,
hold on. Can I answer it or not?
Go ahead, answer.
Can I answer it?
To take it easy, baby, okay? Because you're being too aggressive. Come on.
Like you said, I have not lost my freedom and liberty because I believe it came from God, not man. But I am being persecuted for using that freedom and liberty. That's where I'm getting at with that.
Why do you think your freedom and liberty came from God, not man?
Because that's where it came from.
No, it's not.
There is no document that came from man that said I have the liberty to protect my family. There's no document that says I have the liberty to work. Hold on. There is a document that is on file that says God gave you this right. We believe God gave you this right. Therefore, we are restricting the government from keeping you from exercising those rights.
Okay. I hate. You're probably not gonna like my answer, Vern. But there's two documents that gave us our rights. One was the Declaration of Independence. The second one was the Constitution of America. Those gave us our rights because prior to those two being filled out, we had nothing we have right now. God didn't give us our rights. Those two items did.
No. If you read the document, it actually says we are recognizing that God gave us these rights, and this is documented to restrict people. Well, then we're never going to agree then. So we'll just have to drop that then. Because in order for you to respect and understand our liberty, you're going to have to agree it came from God. Otherwise, it won't make sense to you. So we can't agree on that.
Jeff's getting a little too aggressive here, so.
And that's fine. We don't have to agree on that. We don't have to agree on that. It's fine.
Jeff's going to take a little break for a little bit while he calms down, and maybe we'll change conversations. God gave us our rights. The Constitution,
the
all
corner.
that is us telling the government what their rights are. What we're allowing the government to do, not what the government's allowing us to do. So I don't know. Whatever.
That's
So,
why I said we don't
Utah-
have to agree on that, because when I discovered that he doesn't believe it came from God, I understand. I'm not. I mean, and I'm not gonna say he's a bad person because of it. So I don't. To me, it's just.
I'm just, this was turning into a verbal, I'm driving here. I don't want to listen to this. I don't want to listen to this fighting.
Want me to play some music for you?
Yes, no. Well, yeah, I'm not actually monetizing this anyway, so I guess it wouldn't matter. Maybe I'll monetize it later. I don't fucking know.
Yes, you do. It always comes on automatically.
Actually, somebody, Helen said this is an irrelevant convo, but I actually like to say it's not. Any conversation that can be constructive on like just very conversation here is not irrelevant. It brings solutions. Like that's why I said, like, I don't have to agree with Jeff. I don't, and I won't. But we can still talk to each other.
Well, no, I kind of have to agree with her a little bit to a point, because we're just hashing up the same thing that people have been hashing up in almost every panel since the convoys have ended, and every panel that's been talked about Bandit. And I mean, it's the same stuff. We're just hashing it up. I mean, we've all heard it. I don't know why we keep reiterating back to it. It's just seems to always be the hot topic. Nobody's done with it, I guess.
Backstage.
Well, regarding the Constitution thing, that thing there, I will always talk about it, because there was a point in my life where I didn't really see it that way. I mean, I knew what the Constitution was, but I didn't really see it that way. I didn't really see the Constitution as something that protects my rights. I saw it as something that gives me rights. And
yeah,
you might have somebody that might see it down the road and be like, wait a minute, you're right. So you might actually reach, and if you can reach one person, it's good.
Yeah. All right, well, Mona Moments wants to come in and sit here and tell us about her convoy.
Yes, I have Mona.
Because I know that's exactly where we're going. And I'm going to stop off here and get some gas anyways, so this will be
So are we allowed to talk, and we should not talk at all now? What's the rule here?
I don't know. What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Talk. Hi, Mona.
Hi, guys. It's time to get away from all that negativity.
Yeah.
In DC, okay, you're going to be there for the 410 thing, or 10-4 thing, and you ought to be talking about seeing all the pretty trucks parked in DC. I'm anxious to see that.
Well, there's one pretty truck I hope you guys notice. It's in the parking lot right now. It's a, I wish I had it on my phone so I could show you guys, but it's a pink and white Peterbilt that has the pink stripes on it make like the ribbon for curing cancer.
So, wow!
It's a pretty sharp looking truck.
Well, it's not pink. It's not. No, that's this lady. She was in Hagerstown. No.
I mean,
like she's got that black thing for the breast cancer surviving thing on the side.
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
This is I know I've seen this truck before, but I don't recognize it as being TPC.
Yeah, I think so.
Well,
I'm sorry, Mona. Go ahead.
It's time to change the dang subject. Guess what? I got a phone call today from a band named, it's called the Highway 13 Band. And their drummer used to play with Elvis Presley. It's James. And I'll tell you what, they have agreed. They have just said that they would like to come out on the 6th of our event, that Sunday afternoon, and play 4 sets of music. They play classic rock and just come out and treat us to some music down at base camp.
Well, that's
and
cool.
Guess what? I spoke with the manager down there at the Black Oak Mountain Amphitheater, and it looks like they've been talking to the Reawakening America tour people.
Yeah.
Because they oversold their seats in the theater in Branson. So they're trying to set it up so that down below part of the Black Oak Mountain Amphitheater, the part that we don't have, they're trying to get that part to have on the 4th and 5th to have the great Reawakening Tour event for the 4th and 5th, just down the hill from the Convoy of Honor base camp. I thought that was a really cool deal. You know, I might even get the opportunity to hug somebody like Eric Trump or hug somebody like Donald Trump Jr. or get to meet Mike Lindell. I mean, I'm excited. I think that's good news.
Cool.
Yeah.
And Rick Beasley has done finished. He called me up yesterday. He's got us 10 different performers that are going to perform 15-minute sets at our Hootenanny. Isn't that cool? And we're going to have a great time. Got the flyers printed. I got to go pick them up at the printer tomorrow. I am going to give everybody a little bit of bad news. That ain't really bad news, but Trucker Joe has agreed to put up front the money for our porta potties and our rollback dumpster. And in exchange, I'm going to have to charge every vehicle $20 to park for 9 days.
Okay.
That's not bad. That's not bad. $20.
In order that we can pay for the porta potties and the rollback dumpster. And we've agreed that any money we make over the cost of those items, I'm going to put right back in the 50-50 raffle drawing. Okay? So I'm going to add that to whatever the 50-50 raffle drawing comes to. I'm going to add anything that's extra back into that, with the exception of $5 a car, because they're charging us $5 a car for being able to have the lights on in the parking lot for the entire time. And that $5 goes back to the Black Oak Mountain Theater in exchange for us being to have all those lights on in the parking lot for safety reasons.
One question for you, Mona.
Uh-huh.
What if you don't need to use the porta potty?
Well, you know what? That you got a problem with. You're going to have trash, and you're still going to use the damn dumpster.
No. The reason I asked is I got a 43-foot trailer that's got a toilet and a shower in it.
It doesn't matter. You're still paying 20.
Good point.
You're paying 20. That's it.
Yeah, I got a porta potty in my camper too. You know, I don't need to use the porta potty.
That's what I was asking.
But in order to get your ticket to camp and stay, it's a parking fee. It's not a porta potty fee.
Yeah, exactly.
And we're going to use that parking fee to cover the cost of the porta potties. But the fee is charged because you're going to be parking on the lot. You're going to be using those lights to see by, no matter what. You're going to have a band. You're going to have a kitchen. Soup Mama's setting up the kitchen. I ain't never known Soup Mama to demand any money. And if you don't like eating, whether you go potty or not, I know you got a 40-foot camper and you can cook for yourself, but that's not the point. Okay?
The reason I asked is people are going to ask that question.
And I'm going to tell them no. It's a parking fee. You're not paying for the porta potty.
See, I just beamed to the punch, Miss Mona. Now you got it out there, so now they don't have to ask.
Right. It's a parking
But you also wanted to bust your balls a little.
I don't know where you can camp with your trailer for $20 for 9 days.
Who doesn't camp my trailer for free for 9 days?
Not on my site. You're going to pay $20 or just stay home.
No.
It's worth $20.
What I'm saying is the way my camper's set up, Miss Mona, I can boondock for 2.5 weeks.
But not on such a beautiful site with everybody else and all the events
I understand
going on.
it. Like I said,
You
people
just
are gonna
like
ask that
to argue, Jeff.
No, people are going to ask you that question. They're going to ask.
Jeff, stop arguing with Mona.
It was asked and answered.
Like I said, you give them the answer. Now they don't have to ask it.
Right.
Mona's going to whip your ass there, Jeff. I'm going to laugh.
Hey,
You're gonna come. You're gonna come to that event. She's gonna be whipping your ass.
Oh, heck
No,
yeah.
she's gonna be knocking. She's gonna be knocking on my door for the venison.
You got that right.
See, I know how to keep her in line. I just tell her, "Hey, Mom, you want venison?
Yeah.
It's in the trailer."
Well, I think Joe had a good idea. Tucker Joe.
No, it is, but
to
like
cover
I said,
our cost. But there's also the cost of all the signs.
and there's nothing wrong with that.
I spent $30-some just yesterday on
Well, Mona-
signage products.
Mona, if you want the banner, you let me know. I can get you that.
We need a banner for the Hootenanny really bad.
Yeah, I'll get you that. I'll send it to you.
I need a banner that says Hootenanny or the Convoy of Hope Hootenanny.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
I got a question for Mona.
Yeah. Honey.
Is X-Ray gonna be there?
Not that I know of.
Okay. I didn't know if he's gonna be
No,
there or not.
I thought you said you asked him to lead the convoy. No.
I did, but he's
he doesn't know.
he's missing in action. He was supposed to have been here 3 weeks ago to work with the security people, and he never showed, and I haven't heard from him. And I got some information.
I talked to him the other day. He was at somebody's place. He didn't tell me who, but just kind of taking a break. What he said.
Yeah, well, I did ask him to lead the convoy, but then I got a whole bunch of feedback or people that didn't like that or whatever. And I don't want any. I want no conflict. Okay, this
No
is
drama.
not about conflict. This is about unity, and we really don't need any drama. And if anyone is coming with drama baggage, just stay away.
And
Okay.
$10, Miss Mona, is really not that bad concerning what campsites charge nowadays.
Right. Well, I know over at the Table Rock State Park with my veterans discount, it cost me $11 a day to boondock. Okay.
Yeah.
So
I know.
I'm figuring $20, 9 days, free food. You know, you got
That
food,
ain't
you got
bad at all.
entertainment, and you got me. Hell, I'm worth
Hey.
$20 a day.
Oh, no, that's the only
Hey,
reason
Mona.
I asked is people are
Hey,
going to ask
Mona.
that
Well,
question.
is it okay to advertise Mona's Cash App because that's what we're
That's fine.
she's
I've
trying
We
to
have
get.
several times.
done it before.
No,
Just
it doesn't.
But
We
hey,
have a lot of
Mona.
people here today, so
It's
So,
just,
Every
It's
time
just-
she's come in
Mona,
here, we put
Mona.
it out there so people can help her.
it's
I can't
just,
even talk to my own panel.
and remember, it's bug dustling with 1G. Somebody was trying to send me money the other day, and apparently I mistyped it, and I put 2 G's in it.
You had a fat finger that day.
I did, and I ended up putting 2 G's in it. So it's bug tussling with just 1G, and the Cash App, the $sign bug
Bug?
tussling. BUGTU.
but double
Right there.
S, right?
Yes,
I just put it in there.
So,
it's
so question.
I
You said-
like I said, I ordered. I instead of passing out the schedule to everybody and printing that cost, I printed up one bigger poster of the schedule, and I'm going to tape it up, and folks can walk up and take a picture of it, rather than me spending the money for all those sheets of paper to hand out. I thought that was frivolous, and I'm a little frugal with other people's money. So I just printed up 2 big posters that show the schedule and the route for the convoy around Branson. And I figured most everybody's got a phone or a camera. And if I post that and they want it for their memory, take a picture of it, because they're going to keep that more than they are a piece of paper with it written on it. So
Doesn't the other organizer have a website talking about that whole week that you're also doing this as part of?
what organizer?
I thought you guys did this every year, and there was one organizer that did it for the whole week.
That's the Veterans Task Force, and we are not part of the Veterans Task Force.
But
We're
don't they
going to
have a
be there to
website?
enjoy their event. Yes.
But don't they have a website?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to hop off of here. I gotta go help them load some supplies from one trailer to another. So I'll chat at you guys later, and hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Okay, Vern.
Bye, Vern.
I
But I'll
love you
stream
guys.
going
See you
in.
tomorrow.
I'll stream
It's
going
actually
in
a cell
tonight.
boost.
So
Boost cell signal.
Yeah,
So
I'll
you
be
can
Like
see
watching.
me out
mountains
in
and
pretty
stuff.
trucks?
I'm actually live streaming on YouTube right now. So.
all right, we'll catch you
As
guys
I'm
later.
pumping
Thanks for
gas,
having
yeah.
on. Thanks for having a good conversation.
Yeah.
I thought the
Alrighty,
Veteran
bye.
Task Force had a website, Mona.
It does. It's BransonVets.com. And
Okay.
that's the Veterans Task Force. I cannot put anything out
Someone's got an
concerning
echo.
them except their link, okay? I'm not attached to them. I happen to be the morale officer, but that's a volunteer position. That's not a board position. And
It's what again? Branson what?
it's BransonVeterans.com.
DEC?
Peace.
Veteran. However you spell veteran.
VTC.com.
There we go. All right, so I'm back.
Right there.
Do I get to
Oh, that
talk to
was
my
you?
panel?
Ah, hang on a minute. Let me.
That's their event, just like their shows and other events. The College of the Ozark presents a play. It is free every day during that week. That's another event that takes place in the big city sanctioned event. Our event is the Bug Tussle Veterans Party on the 8th. That's after the Veterans Village closes at 4. At 5 o'clock, we start our ceremony with our music and everything else honoring our vets. That's the Bug Tussle, and we're having a tailgate party in the back parking lot if anyone's interested. I've asked Scott to keep the dugout, which is the ballpark's bar, open, and we're going to have a tailgate party. And but that goes from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. And then we're going to have the big lineup and stroll around Branson on the 9th. Anyone who would like to go to the Ozark, to the Silver Dollar City Ozark Mountain Christmas thing out of Silver Dollar City, if I can get 51 people to sign up, we get the group rate. And the group rate actually includes their big holiday buffet meal. I have to get everybody signed up, and I have to get the reservations made and paid for no later than 5 p.m. on the 7th for that. But the Silver Dollar City's Ozark Mountain Christmas is a must-see if you're in Branson. It's there's going to be over 5 million lights, and they have several Christmas shows going on. And besides that, it's a place where you call it still your Dollar City, but it's a place where you can buy unique items. If you want to buy something unique for somebody for Christmas, it's a good Silver Dollar City is a good place to get something unique. But I got to, like I said, to get that real low group rate, I've got to have at least 51 people willing to sign up to go and pay in advance. And then I have to go over to the administration office at SDC group thing and pay the money and get all of the tickets and passes for my group so that we can go in the next day on the 10th. We're doing that since the convoy is on the 9th. We're going to do that on the 10th if people want to. You know, that's not a mandatory thing, but in order to get a good price on it, I've got to have it all packaged, reserved, and paid for no later than 5 p.m. on the 7th for a group rate. Otherwise, the tickets are $71 per person, and that's just the ticket, one-day ticket for an adult.
I just put the task force website link in local chat for people.
Okay, yeah, that's what's going on. I mean, I do have people that are actually setting up booths at the Veterans Village that are from our group that have already, reserved their booth at the Veterans Village, Vendors Village. But yeah, I mean, I have to be at the day room on the 5th, where I'm going to be announcing everything that's going on at the Black Oak Mountain Amphitheater, invite them to come out and visit with us and meet or come out and pay your $20 and camp with us. You know, so
So what's the Silver Dollar going to do for everybody while they're there?
honey, Silver Dollar City's an amusement park.
I know.
What do you mean? What are they going to do for us?
Are they going to do anything special for the convoy and the veterans?
No.
That's what he just, yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
I
I
figured they
was just
would.
wondering if they're doing anything special. That's all.
you know, I'm sure that I'm going to get a couple tickets to be able to raffle off, but nothing special. It just happens to be one of the attractions here that during Ozark Mountain Christmas is worth the money to go see.
Oh no, I know that. I figured they might have done a day where they honor veterans in the park.
They do. It's the month of September.
Oh, okay.
Veterans get a discount, period, except not on this group rate. This group rate is substantially lower than the 10% discount you get if you're a vet.
Okay.
And that's year round.
Okay. So with the discount, Mona, what does it end up coming out per person?
Okay, well, I'll have to look it up again here.
Because that's going to be the question people are going to have.
Right. Okay. Instead of the ticket being $71, it's $59.11. If you add just a meal ticket to that, just a plain hamburger or something that you can get in the park, that costs an extra $13.97 because almost every meal in the park is at least $15. If you want to pay the $22.57 on top of the $59.11, you get their big holiday buffet, and it's well worth $22.57. But if you go in the park without that, it's nearly $36 for the buffet.
Gotcha.
Right? So it really makes a big difference. I mean, even the $59.11's a long way from $71.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay?
Well, I appreciate you coming on and letting us know about reminding people that they have to be in September. What are the dates, Mona? What dates are the dates?
November.
Oh, November. Sorry. The
4th to the 9th, correct, Mona?
Yes, the 4th is set up, and it's actually the 4th through the 12th.
Oh, okay.
The 12th is tear down day. We have to be out of there by sunset on the 12th. Because they're going to turn out the lights and everything.
So it's 8 days of festivities.
Yes.
Yep. So thank you for coming over and reminding everybody about the MoMA Moments, Parade of Heroes.
It's the Convoy of Honor.
Convoy of Honor. Definitely appreciate it. So how are you doing otherwise, though?
Otherwise,
we never talked to you about anything except for the Convoy of Honor anymore.
Well, anymore, the Convoy of Honor gives me a headache every day.
I know. So no. How are you doing otherwise?
Otherwise, I'm doing quite well. My chair is running well. My car's running good. My truck's running good. I've met a lot of really nice people in this organization of things. I mean, I'm meeting people that's willing to come and help pass out flyers and help and all that. So it's coming together, and I'm one of those who believes that when it comes time, God will give me everything I need when I need it, and not 1 second sooner.
That's awesome.
I've been spending most of my day today watching this damn hurricane down in Florida.
Yeah, I'm actually worried about the Wyckoffs a little bit,
The back wall is hitting right now.
Yeah.
And that's always the dirty side of a hurricane.
Yeah, I think Wyckoffs were evacuated, no?
Well, see, the thing is...
he was going to stick it
Wyckoffs
out.
were evacuated.
No, he was trying to stick it out.
Unless that's new.
This whole thing, you got to understand, this hurricane is as big as the entire state of Florida.
It's bigger than that. It's 500 miles across.
Yes, and it's actually going to stall out like Harvey did.
Okay.
and it's going to drop 25 inches of rain on my friend who is a long way from the eye.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a deluge. It's going to be a flood. The flood is going to be the story.
Well,
the
they're
wind has
talking
been
the
bad.
surge is 16 to 18 feet above sea level.
Above ground level. They've already got houses that the storm surge came in, and it was over the top of the roofs of one-story houses.
Yep.
Yeah, and some people sold their vehicles to the insurance company because they had plenty of time to get them out of the way, but apparently they needed the insurance money more, so they left them. And a lot of people, I mean, my friend, she's like 84 years old, and she's by herself, and she's never been through a hurricane before. And I spent about an hour on the phone with her last night telling her what to do, how to get her bathroom ready. And she thought, oh, well, I don't need to do that, nothing like that. I live in a brick or a cement block house. And I've only got one window. And I'm like, yeah. And, oh, it's a double pane window. Honey, that's just more glass to cut you up with.
Not going to matter. Nope.
I had her... I said, you know, it's not the hurricane that's going to get you. It's the tornadoes the hurricane's going to spin up. She goes, hurricanes don't spin up tornadoes.
Yes, they do. They've already had 8 reported.
Yes, already. They had a bunch last night. They had one hit Interstate 75 last night, just outside of Miami. And it had caused a 70-car pileup when it went over the highway because everybody was bumper to bumper trying to get from the West Coast to the East Coast. And
so I have a question that I wanted to ask Polish, seeing how we were talking about Wyckoff for a second before we get too far away from it. Polish, you thought that Wyckoffs got evacuated. When did you hear that? How long ago was that?
Yeah. I think a day or two ago they were tying everything up and they were taking Old Glory and they were being evacuated into some kind of a spot that they were telling them to go.
Okay, because they were streaming last night.
They were?
Yeah.
They may not be at their house, but they were streaming last night.
They were streaming this
They may not be at home though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if they're at home or not, but I know they're streaming.
Well, they thought that the storm was going to come right on into Tampa Bay, and it went south.
It hit Coral Cable.
Come into Tampa Bay, but he was out, and what they had done, they had closed down all the beach area because whether it came in at Tampa or it came in where it did, it was still going to cause a lot of storm surge on the very coast. And he was out trying to get to the coast to do some filming beforehand, and they told him to get out of there, and they wouldn't let him in. But their area has not went under a mandatory evacuation yet because the hurricane wobbled and went south of Tampa.
Yeah, it's going to hit landfall right there at Cape Coral.
Right. Yes.
Cape Coral is going to get the brunt of it.
Right. The backside of it right now is coming in to Punta Gorda, Florida.
Yeah, it's in Key West and coming up.
Well, it's already past Key West. I've got it live here. I'm watching it.
I'm watching the radars too. It still hasn't hit landfall, and it's traveling between 13 and 15 miles an hour, which means it's going to be a slow-moving storm across Florida.
Well, the thing about it is what I told her is it's coming up there just outside of, she's in the Villages, okay? And it's going to get right outside of like Orlando, the eye is, and then it's going to stop. It's going to stand there for 24 to 48 hours before it moves. And what you got to understand is wide as this baby is. It's not the eye. It's nice and peaceful in the eye. They just stood there, went through the eye.
Yeah, it's 500 miles across.
It's the walls and the outer rings, and they're going to just blast over her house there at the Villages for hours and hours.
At noon this morning, the big concern was it going from a Category 4 to a Category 5. Because had the wind sustained an additional 2 miles an hour, it would have been a Category 5 when it hit landfall.
It hit landfall at 1 mile an hour below a Category 5. It hit landfall at
and that's what they were worried about because it only had to go up 2 miles to be a Category 5.
Right, it hit at 155 mile an hour, Category 4, when it hit land today.
Because that was the one thing they were concerned about it, because if it hit as a Category 5, it will still be a Category 3 when it hit the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah, but what's the difference between 155 and 156? At 156, it becomes a low end 5. And it literally hit land at 155 mile an hour sustained winds.
Well, 155 miles an hour will rip everything in its way completely to the ground.
Yes, and it did. It did. They drove through after they got into the eye. The storm chasers for Ryan Holier, he's one of the best I've seen so far in all of them that I've followed.
Watch Reed Timmer.
I did, but he's not as good as Ryan. Ryan, we were right on top of all the tornadoes that broke out last night with Ryan. Every single tornado that broke out, he pinpointed it, showed us exactly, even told us what grocery stores or hospitals or schools was in the path. Not just it took a path. He told us, okay,
Question.
the Walmart, the True Value is in the path of this tornado. And he had 9 live streamers or 9 storm chasers out right now.
There's more than that.
There was 9 of them on his stream.
Yeah, but there's more than that out there right now.
Right, but I'm saying he had that many on his stream.
Yeah.
So we were seeing it from nearly
Is my
every
microphone
angle.
not working or something?
No, it's working.
Yes, we can hear you. But
I just sit here and I say I've got a question.
Got a question?
I'm trying to
probably got
talk,
an answer.
whatever, and it's like boom! All of a sudden, nobody even acknowledges that I said anything. I almost feel like I'm on somebody else's stream.
All right,
I was
got the floor.
I just wanted to ask. I just wanted to ask a question. I was like, can I please ask a question on my own stream, please?
Yes.
I don't know. Is this okay? Okay. Hey, Jeff, you've been a storm chaser. I was just wondering, have you been out doing any filming?
No, I haven't had time.
Okay, I didn't know. Because I knew you were.
To give you an idea,
You said you were down in Florida.
I landed here at 4 o'clock yesterday morning.
Yeah.
From the time I got off the plane until the time I got back to my hotel room to take a shower, it has been non-stop running.
Okay, I didn't know. I was just curious.
Shelters were stocked. Shelters were being opened. People who needed to be evacuated are being evacuated. It's just been non-stop. That's why
I was just
doing
curious.
this break.
Because you and Mona were sitting here talking about this whole storm chaser thing, and I was like, "Oh yeah, click, click, click." That's what Jeff says he does. So I guess you have some videos up for it, and I was like, I just was wondering if you were out there doing it. That's all. Because logic sense would tell me you would have been.
If I had the time, I would have been, yes. But when I get into rescue mode, I don't have the time because we're constantly running.
Okay.
And we got 2 teams here. The second team is out now, which is giving us a break, but we got to go back out at midnight tonight so they can have a break.
Yeah. I was just kind of curious.
Are you working the shelter, Jeff?
Right now, I'm sitting in my hotel room. I mean, damage assessment.
At you're doing assessment?
Yeah. What I do is I go out and I make sure the shelters are set up. They got the supplies they need. They got the paperwork they need. Then I go and do damage assessment as things are happening. We've got 3,000 electrical linemen standing by to go in to repair electrical lines as fast as they could once they get the go-ahead to do so. Every fire station up and down the coast of Florida is on standby. Every hospital is on standby. We've got 6,000 Red Cross, Salvation Army, and FEMA members all working at the same time.
Yes.
Now, who are you part of? That you're part of this group.
I'm
You're
doing a
saying
double
we have.
duty. I'm doing a double duty. I am part of FEMA and part of Red Cross with damage assessment. I take care
Okay.
of damage assessment on both sides. I am what they call the damage assessment coordinator, which means I
Okay.
coordinate everybody. That's why
All
I've
right.
been busy.
All right.
I'm the coordination between all the damage assessment people that go out and the emergency management team for the state of Florida. That's who I communicate with, back and forth. And
But you're from Texas.
yeah, but I travel across the states. I've been to
Someone's got a
California for
background.
fires. I've been up to Colorado for fires. That's what I do.
Okay.
I'm
I'm
what they
just
call
curious. I'm
an
asking because I
NXT
don't know.
member. Well,
I'm asking because I don't know.
I'm an NXT member.
Okay.
Not only do I work locally in Dallas and around Texas, but as an NXT member and as an NXT damage control manager, I work across the states.
Okay.
Mona, do you
I
have
was just
TV
curious.
on or something?
Huh?
Do you have your TV on
Somebody
or
has a
something?
TV on in the
Yes.
background.
Well,
Yes.
can you turn it
Yeah.
off because it's
Can
in
you
our
turn that
background?
down? Yeah. Or turn it down. Either or.
That better?
Yes, thank you.
I don't have to hear it to watch it. I'm watching the dirty side of the hurricane come into Punta Gorda, Florida right now.
Glenna, to your question, the easiest way to find shelter for animals, call 1-800 Red Cross or 1-800 Salvation Army. Both dispatcher or control boards have addresses and locations in Florida they will tell you to take pets to have them rescued.
Well, see, Jeff, I've been set up to go in December. They asked me when I wanted to go, and I'm going with Rubicon, and I'll be down there managing a relief center at some church for Rubicon sometime in December.
Well, the size of this storm and the power of this storm, we're looking at months before people can get back to their houses.
Right, and that's why instead of going right now when everybody's in the rush to go, okay, and help, I wanted to hold back because I know come December I'll be through with my stuff here, and I plan to go to Florida anyway in December. So I said, okay, well, I'll go in December because they gave me a schedule. You know, which one do you want to be assigned to with Rubicon? And I said, well, why don't you put me down for the second group going down in December? So.
Yeah. And Santos put the word out this morning. Anybody thinking of going through the damaged areas to loot, don't think about it. Because they have over 6,000
National Guard
reservists and National Guard patrolling.
That's when the emergency mandate declaration was designed for. It was designed for times like these and not for the COVID BS. Okay? Nationally, it was designed to be enacted as soon as we knew something like this was coming, and the resident up there is not even gone on to discuss it. Okay.
And their biggest concern right now, along with the damage to property, is the displacement of livestock, be it snakes, alligators, whatever, because of the winds and the surge.
Yeah,
a lot of these are going to be relocated throughout towns and cities, and before anybody can go back in there, they want to make sure they go through and are able to collect them all, so nobody's put into harm.
It's not a Sharknado, it's a Gatornado.
Gator and snake.
Gatornado, yeah. So, has anybody heard how the Whitecocks are doing? Have they been streaming lately?
Somebody said they're streaming right now.
Right, Jeff. Can you check in on them and see what they're doing? You're usually watching multiple streams anyway. I'm just kind of curious. I'm worried about them.
Oh, there's a lot of streamers that live in Florida, believe it or not.
Just a minute.
I have his number. I'm just kind of curious if you can kind of check in on him. You know, he's probably doing fine. Obviously, he's streaming, but I was just kind of curious if you could let me know because I'm driving. So, you know, and I'm streaming, so it makes it a little hard for me to watch a stream to see how he's doing.
He streamed 3 hours ago.
he
He's
streamed 3
buffering
hours
right
ago?
now.
Yeah, that was probably
Oh,
before.
okay.
See, the evacuation, Santos made it mandatory for certain areas like Cape Coral because of it
Yeah.
being the center of where it's going to touch landfall.
Sure.
And
I get that.
250 miles each side of Cape Coral because the eye is 500 miles across.
Wackoff's last stream was 7 hours ago.
And
7 hours ago.
according to National
Whack-off?
Weather
Did you
Service,
call him Wackoff?
I said whack
Mona,
off.
did you call Wackoff? I swear that's what you said was Wackoff.
That's what I said, whack off. Yeah.
He's never gonna.
I know.
according to
love
National
Wackoff.
Weather Service, they're calling this the storm of the century for Florida because of the size and the magnitude.
You could fit Charlie
Yeah.
in its eye.
Mm-hmm.
Its eye was bigger than Hurricane Charlie.
Well,
Charlie.
this is the widest one Florida's ever had. This one is over 500 miles wide.
Yeah.
That's why they're calling it the storm of the century. And they're worried about when it hits the Atlantic coast, it's going to hang a sharp left and go up to the Carolinas
Yeah.
as
It's gonna
a
hit
Category
Georgia.
3, possible Category 4. So this storm's not going to weaken too very much.
No. But
Okay.
it has stalled out right now. It is stalled out and not hardly moving at all. It's moving
it's
at about
only-
3 miles an hour.
It's about 9.
You know.
It's slow walking across Florida, but they're worried about when it hits the Atlantic Ocean, when it makes that sharp right up to the Carolinas.
Yeah, and they're thinking it's just going to be a tropical storm when it hits the Carolinas, but they don't know what the temperature in the water is going to be. Right
Well,
now,
they're-
it's fighting a cool front coming down. That's how come it went
that's
south.
what's going
That's
to
why it
create the
pushed them south.
problem. Well, that's what's going to create the problem with that cold front and that hurricane hitting together. It's going to be a tornado nightmare.
Yes.
And that's what they're worried about, and that's what they're watching.
Even if Ian goes down to a tropical storm because it's going to hit that
It'll
cold
still be a
front,
tornado
it's
nightmare.
still going to be a tornado breakout. Yeah.
Yep. Because of the cold air mixing with that warm air. Because that's a cold front coming down out of Canada.
Yeah.
And they're hoping they don't meet.
Yep.
They really are. They're hoping they don't meet.
And it's going to go right up on into Maryland. It's going to go right up on into Canada. It's going to go all the way. And right now, the tail of this thing stretches all the way past Canada along the outer edge. The tail of this thing is enormous. I've been on it all night. You know how it is, Jeff. If you're,
Unfortunately, yes.
you know how it is. I can't take my eyes off of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it hit landfall at 4:30 at 145 miles an hour, and then right off the bat, it knocked out 1 million people with power.
Yeah.
So you're saying there's 1 million people right now that have no power?
Yep.
Yep.
I watched the ambulance convoy roll in last night.
Yeah, they were
They
coming
must
from
have
other
had-
states.
Yeah, they had over 100 ambulances in a convoy last night, convoying down.
We've had right now
That's
on
pretty
standby. Well, no, we've got over 600 ambulances and 15 states with fire departments outside of Florida down here to help.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I saw the
you know,
electric convoy pull in too. Boy, that was a long, impressive convoy.
Yeah, they were coming from Tennessee, Mississippi, New Orleans, Texas. A couple came out of Nebraska. A couple came up from down from Maryland. I mean, we were getting people from everywhere we could.
Yeah, they're rolling in like they're rolling in. You thought
Well,
we had.
I mean, all we. Yeah.
And they're all staged. So once.
All we can do is hope that everybody comes out of this safe.
Well, our concerns are the ones that
really what it
decided
comes
not
down
to
to.
leave.
Yeah.
And there's always going to be that crew, you know, just like what happened in New Orleans. There's always going to be those ones that just are going to think here, oh, it's not going to be that bad, blah blah blah, and then you or can't afford to move or can't afford to get out. You know, there's always going to be those people, unfortunately, and hopefully the loss of life just isn't going to be that high. You know, it's always
what we're hoping, because unfortunately, we're afraid that they're going to wait until it's too late for us to get to them, because there's a point in the storm where we won't be able to go out, and that's when they're going to call for help, and we won't be able to get to them.
Oh, that's when the emergency manager, when they call 911, they say, "Well, do us a favor. Take a grease pen or a permanent marker and write your social security number on your forearms. That's going to make it easier to identify you when we come out to pick up your body."
Pretty much.
Yep.
I mean,
because there's a point where we're looking at 2 hours from now, everything will be grounded. I mean, everything. Nobody goes anywhere.
No, if you ain't in your safe place by now, you ain't going to get there. My
and
friend,
once we get grounded, there's nothing we can do.
Jeff, I called her last Friday and told her to get in her motorhome and head towards me. Get the hell out of there. Oh, well, I live at the Villages, and I live in these concrete buildings, these concrete block buildings. I don't have, all my windows are double glass pane windows. I'm going to be just fine right here. And I'm like, no, you're not. You don't understand the size of this damn thing. And I haven't been able to get a hold of her because like I said, she's clear up. She's just east of Tampa. And you're too close.
What we did this year, the ones that we approached that said they were staying, we got their names and their social security numbers and their addresses. So if it comes to that point where we're out doing not rescue but
recovery,
we've already got their information. And it's going to be getting to that point.
Yeah, they decide they're going to have a hurricane party.
Well, we've got over 20,000 people who decided to stay at home.
I know.